All eyes are on former President Rodrigo Duterte as he gets his so-called day in court. Join us as we bring you the latest straight from the Netherlands. Good afternoon, I'm Pauline Verzosa, and this is Duterte ICC Confirmation of Charges hearing, a special coverage. Now, the International Criminal Court has already kicked off the 4-day confirmation of charges hearing on former President Rodrigo Duterte's alleged crimes against humanity. Let's listen in.
Starting by Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Could I please ask you to introduce yourself and to confirm to me whether the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is correct? Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours. The Office of the Prosecutor is represented today by myself. I'm Nyai, Deputy Prosecutor. By my side, I have James Miriti, Case Manager. I have Mr. Julian Nichols, Senior Trial Lawyer. And behind us, we have Mr. Edward Jeremy, Trial Lawyer, Madam Robin Croft, Trial Lawyer, Madam Maria Berdenikova, Trial Lawyer, and lastly, Hannah Allen, Associate Trial Lawyer. These are the individuals comprising our team today, and I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now, before moving on to the defence, I note that Mr. Duterte is not present in the courtroom today. Indeed, on the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber granted Mr. Duterte's request to waive his rights to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing. Pursuant to Article 61(2)(a) of the Rome Statute and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. In this decision, number 387, the Chamber concluded that the conditions contained in the provisions were fulfilled, namely that Mr. Duterte has the right and knows he has the right to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing and knows the consequences of waiving this right. However, Mr. Duterte's counsel is present today to represent him. Counsel, could you please introduce yourself and confirm to me that the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is indeed correct?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Your Honours. Indeed, the list before you is correct. May I introduce my team? To my left, I have Dr. Dov Jacobs. To my right, I have Ms. Havnit Sethi. Sitting next to her is Maître Alexandre Dezev-Dabi. Behind him, Attorney David Rancati. Sitting next to him, Maître Sandrine de Sena. And our two further lawyers, we have Nicolas Rousseau and also Kaylin Chen. And if Your Honour will permit me, there are also Filipino attorneys who are attending and supporting us today, and I'll briefly mention their names. Maître Salvador Mediadea, who Your Honours are familiar with from the initial appearance, Attorney Martin Delgras, Attorney Silvestre Bello, Attorney Alfredo Lim, Attorney César Doulay, and of course, Attorney Salvador Panello. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître. J'ai envie de...
Thank you very much, Counsel. I would like to now call upon the legal representatives of victims to introduce themselves and confirm to me that the list of your team members I received before is correct.
Victims participating in this proceeding are represented today by Mr. Joel Butuyan, Mr. Gilbert Andres, myself, Paulina Massida, and I confirm the list of our jurists who assist us today as provided to the court officer. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Maître Mas.
Thank you very much, Maître Massida. Thank you. On my right, I have Judge Rain Adelaide And I have Judge Adelaide Sophie Alapina Gansu, and to my right I have Maria del Socorro Flores Liera. And I am Julia Antonuela Motok, and I am the presiding judge in Pre-Trial Chamber 1 of the court. This hearing concerns the confirmation of charges by the prosecution against Mr. Duterte. At this stage of pre-trial proceedings, the OTP alleges that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes that the course officers shall read out shortly. The Chamber shall not take any decision with regard to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Duterte during this hearing. Indeed, the role of the Chamber is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes with which he is charged. If all or part of the charges are confirmed, the Chamber will refer the case to trial, where the trial chamber will decide upon the innocence or guilt of Mr. Duterte. The general principles to be applied at the hearing are as follows. The suspect, in accordance with Article 66 of the Rome Statute, the suspect is considered to be innocent until his guilt has been proven by the court. The burden of proof is upon the OTP, which must produce sufficient evidence to prove the charges against Mr. Duterte at the required standard of proof, at Article 61, paragraph 7 of the Rome Statute. Finally, the defense enjoys, or the suspect enjoys, all the rights listed at Article 61, paragraphs 6 and 67 of the Rome Statute. The hearing shall take place according to the schedule contained in the order dated the 26th of January 2026, document number 359. The parties and participants must respect the allocated speaking times indicated in this order. I would like to remind the parties and participants that oral remarks must be concise and that repetition of previously presented arguments should be avoided. In addition, in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters and ensure the proper transcription of discussions, please make sure that your microphone is on every time you address the court. And please speak slowly and mark pauses between each sentence. Generally speaking, the hearing will be held in open session, and parties and participants will refrain from mentioning the names of victims and witnesses. They will only refer to them by their pseudonym or their code. In order to avoid the disclosure of any confidential information, notably with regard to witnesses and victims, the parties and participants will clearly indicate whether their submissions can be presented in public or whether they deem it necessary to move into private session, notably when referring to items of evidence. The parties and participants will clearly indicate when it is no longer necessary to remain in private session. With these rules in place, We can now move to the reading of the charges in its shortened form, indicating the charges against Mr. Duterte. The full version is available publicly on the internet site of the court. The defense has not raised any objections in this regard. I would like to remind the public that the charges that shall be read out in a few seconds comprise allegations raised by the Office of the Prosecutor that the Chamber shall analyze in order to decide whether the evidence presented by the Office of the Prosecutor is sufficient in order for these charges to be confirmed. Madam Courtroom Officer, would you please read the charges?
The prosecution charges Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of murder and attempted murder as a crimes against humanity committed between 2013 and around June 2016 and between around July 2016 and September 2018 in the Republic of the Philippines as follows. Count 1. Murder of 19 victims alleged to be criminals, including 3 children, who were killed in or around Davao City in the Philippines between 2013 and around 2016 by members of the Davao Death Squad, while Mr. Duterte was the mayor of the Davao City pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. Count 2. Murder of 14 victims labeled as high-value targets for their alleged criminality, who were killed in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and July 2017 by a network of perpetrators comprising state actors and others, referred to as the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. And count 3. Murder and attempted murder of 45 victims, comprising 43 murders and 2 attempted murders of persons alleged to be criminals, including 3 children who were targeted in barangay clearance operations in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and September 2018 by members of the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Articles 71A and 25(3)(f in respect of the attempted murder of the Rome Statute. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte is individually criminally responsible for all 3 of the above counts as follows. First, as an indirect co-perpetrator pursuant to Article 25(3)(a) of the Rome Statute. At least between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators shared a common plan to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including individuals perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale, or production, through violent crimes including murder. Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators implemented this common plan through the hierarchically organized structures of the Davao City Police and Davao Death Squad, and then the National Network. Within the framework of the common plan, Mr. Duterte made essential contributions to the crimes in counts 1 to 3 by A. Designing and disseminating the police to neutralize alleged criminals, both in his role as a mayor of the Davao City and also during his presidential campaign and as a president, including by endorsing the anti-illegal drugs campaign Double Barrel. B. Establishing and overseeing the DDS. C. instructing and authorizing violent acts, including murder, to be committed against alleged criminals, including alleged drug dealers and users. D, providing personnel and other necessary logistic resources such as weapons, including those to be used in the execution of the crimes. E, appointing key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. F, offering financial incentives and promotions to police officers and hitmen to kill alleged criminals. G, creating and maintaining a system in which perpetrators knew they would be protected, including through promises of immunity and shielding perpetrators from investigation and prosecutions. H, making public statements authorizing, condoning, and encouraging killings of alleged criminals, both as a mayor of the Davao City and as a president of the Philippines. I, authorizing state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign and temporarily revoking such authorization, including to placate public outcry. J, publicly naming individuals and holding up charts from lists of alleged criminals, including so-called high-value targets, some of whom were subsequently killed. Second, in the alternative, Mr. Duterte is charged with ordering and/or inducing the charged crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(b) of the Rome Statute, and/or aiding and abetting these crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute.
Merci, Madame la greffière.
Thank you, Madam Courtroom Officer. With regard to objections and observations under Rule 122, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, the Chamber notes that the defence submitted a number of written observations, and the last of which was on the 16th of February 2026, to which the OTP and the legal representatives of victims responded, respectively, on the 17th and the 18th of February 2026. On the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber dismissed, in its public decision, the defence's objections, in specifying that the defense and the Office of the Prosecutor are not permitted to reiterate the same arguments already presented in the filings mentioned, that they filed to date in this case. I will now ask if the parties wish to make any oral submissions on this point before moving to the opening statements. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor? Mr. Nyang, we do not have any submissions to make in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Counsel?
Madam President, we have no observations.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Kaufmann. Donc, on peut maintenant passer à la phase.
So we can now move on to stage 2, namely the opening statements, and I hand over to the Office of the Prosecutor. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, please.
Madam President, honorable member of the bench, all those following these proceedings inside the courtroom and outside, and especially those in the Philippines. Today marks an important day for international justice for the people of the Philippines, for the victims, and for this court. The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. It is also a reminder that those in power are not above the law. Your Honors, over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, I will provide an overview of the evidence in this case that demonstrates that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the charged crimes. And my team will then develop aspects of this evidence in more details. This case before you today, it is before you today because there are substantial ground to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for those three counts of murder just spelled out and attempted murder as crimes against humanity. These charged crimes were committed during the time within the court jurisdiction, which is between the 1st of November 2011 and the 16th of March 2019. At first, they were committed in and around Davao City, where Mr. Duterte was the mayor, and then expanded across the rest of the Philippines when he became president. Mr. Duterte is charged with 49 incidents of murder and attempted murder of 78 victims, including children. These murders and attempted murders were part of a widespread and systematic attack that overall resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians across the country during the relevant time frame. Thus, the charged incidents are merely a fraction of the overall criminality that resulted from Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. What is Mr. Duterte's core contribution? Your Honors, Mr. Duterte played a pivotal role in the commission of the charged crimes. His contribution was essential, as he was at the very heart of the common plan to use his words, to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including through murders. The victim included individuals associated with or perceived to be associated with drugs. One of the first things Mr. Duterte did when he became the mayor of Davao back in 1988 was to create the infamous Davao Death Squad, otherwise known as DDS. As you will have seen from the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte personally instructed Death Squad members that their mission was to kill criminals and suspected criminals, including drug users and dealers, also referred to as drug pushers. The death squads carried out this mission well into the charge period through 2011 to 2016. perpetrating the crimes charged in count 1. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte's criminal plan and his intent were no secret. He not only shared them with his co-perpetrators and members of the death squad, but also made them abundantly clear to the general public in the numerous public statements that he made time and again. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte explicitly vowed to implement the common plan to neutralize alleged criminal nationwide if elected. This was his program to be elected. He publicly announced his intention to eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs in 3 to 6 months. And this is what he said. I quote, "If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them." That's what he said. And this can be found at tab 12 of the prosecution list of material. Similarly, when speaking about druggies, I quote, in a televised interview in 2015, this is again what he said. "If I become president, you will all get wiped out. I will order your execution within 24 hours. That's what he said. That I quote directly from his word. And this quote can be found at tab 19.2 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 401684, page 003, and these are the lines 82 to 83. And elected he was. And becoming president on 13th of June 2016, this provided him with the opportunity to follow through with his promise and to expand extrajudicial killings of alleged criminals beyond Davao and across the rest of the Philippines. He did this through the implementation of the National Anti-Illegal Drug Campaign, better known as Duterte's War on Drug, and its project, Double Barrel. These were carried out by the national network consisting of law enforcement personnel working together with non-police assets and hitmen. Mr. Duterte authorized murder and personally selected some of the targets. During the mayoral period, when he was mayor, his clearance was required for the DDS to carry out the killings. Essentially, members of the DDS needed Mr. Duterte's green light to murder. And during the presidential period, Mr. Duterte has continued to personally identify some of the targets, including by publicly naming those he claimed were involved in illegal drug trade or in other forms of criminality. He also identified targets by holding up a list containing their name. And if you are on the list, you will be killed. And this was a word of one prosecution witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 54 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 00015 page 0009, and the relevant lines are 260 to 261. Mr. Duterte provided moral and financial support to the direct perpetrators as well. In a 12 December 2016 speech, Mr. Duterte admitted that he used to ride around Davao on a motorcycle looking for trouble, so he could kill. And he said, and this again his own word I'm quoting here, in Davao, I used to do it personally, just to show the guy that if I can do it, why can't you? And these are his own words. And this quote can be found at tab 16.1 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP 0001547 at 0002 lines 7 and 8. And the evidence shows that Mr. Duterte's Davao City Mayor office provided some member of the DDS with a regular salary. Financial rewards were also given to direct perpetrators in the form of cash per head of killing. And at a press conference in 2013, Mr. Duterte stated that shoot to kill orders and reward are, and I quote him, are legitimate tools of government to fight lawlessness. This is his own word. And if he surrendered to me or his carcass dead, then I double the price. And again, yeah, and that was what he boasted. This quote can be found at tab 17.2 of the prosecution list of materials, PHL OTP 000094932 at 0002, and the relevant lines are lines 7 to 11. Deaths of drug personalities killed in anti-drug operation were endorsed by Mr. Duterte's administration and listed as official accomplishment in public reporting. Your Honors, as you will have a confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte also provided the direct perpetrators with weapons, ammunition, and logistical support to facilitate the commission of the charged crime. And he also had control, wide control over those crimes. And let me now turn specifically to that control. As mayor of Davao and later as president of the Philippines, Mr. Duterte wielded ultimate influence and authority over the physical perpetrators of the crimes. As mayor, Mr. Duterte was chief executive of the Davao city government, with responsibility for exercising general supervision and control over all its activities. He had formal operational supervision and control over National Police Unit in Davao. As creator and head of the DDS, he also had de facto control over the death squad's members. When Mr. Duterte became president, on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension, showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he's saying. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-00095679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider. And this quote can be found at tab 120 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP -000886631-R01 and page 66. And the relevant line are from 2304 to 2306. And this statement is corroborated by other statements we have also provided. And some direct perpetrator complied because of their blind loyalty to Mr. Duterte. Some did it out of fear, and others were encouraged to comply by promises of money and rewards. For some, killings reached the level of a perverse form of competition with effort to attain killing quotas, which in turn would lead to promotions and rewards. Others felt there was no other choice but to comply, with one insider explaining that it was simply not possible to not obey Mr. Duterte's command. And this is also from an insider witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 51 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL-OTP-001-5403 at page 0008 to 0009, and the relevant line here is from 240 to 245. Direct perpetrators were further emboldened to commit crime by Mr. Duterte's repeated promises of immunity. In various public statements, Mr. Duterte vowed to protect the police involved in killing. And this is what he said again. For as long as there is a power to pardon in the Constitution, that's my weapon against crime. If you massacre 100 and there are 100 of you, then you will all be pardoned. Restored to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to boot. It's like that, especially the high profile. And this quote can be found at tab 130.2 of the prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP and 50336 at page 0010. Such statements reassure the physical perpetrators. One insider described that he felt confident to continue killing people because he knew that he wouldn't be arrested for that. And this evidence can be found at tab 38 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL-OTP-0001-2779 at page 0005, and relevant lines are from 130 to 131. Your Honors, let me now say a few words about the contextual elements. The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes. Nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilian population of the Philippines. The murders and attempted murders were carried out across the Philippines and over a substantial period of time. Overall, Duterte's so-called war on drugs resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians from the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019. And many of these victims were...
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yes, were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. The loss of every single one of these victims had the most profound impact on their families, their friends, and ultimately their communities. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking. In a 25 July 2016 speech, he expressly made fun of the iconic photograph portraying the partner of an extrajudicial killing victim cradling his body, which now visible on our screen. While the specific incident portrayed in this photograph is not charged in this case, Mr. Duterte's comment on it is demonstrative of his attitude towards the victims. In reference to this photo, Mr. Duterte, this is what he said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priest, including human rights advocate. They won't be able to prevent death. So, don't do it. And then, there you are, sprawled on the ground, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet like Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. That's how they are creating dramas here. This is what he said. And this quote can be found at tab 128 of the prosecution list of material at ERN PHL-OTP-50335, page 0008. And of course, the question of whether Mr. Duterte had knowledge and intent, of course, it goes without saying. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte intended and knew that the charged crime were occurring, or that they would occur in the ordinary course of events that he had set in place and put in motion. His intent and knowledge are shown by the multiple statements he made throughout his mayoral and presidential tenure, promising to reduce crimes by killing alleged criminals, promoting the common plan, and urging police and even members of the public to kill alleged criminals. As detailed in the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, and as Your Honor will hear in the course of my team's presentation, Mr. Duterte also made statements directly acknowledging allegations of extrajudicial killings by his subordinates and issued a written order showing he knew about the crimes they committed. Your Honors, the prosecution relies on significant and varied sources of evidence to demonstrate that substantial ground exists to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes. This evidence includes multiple witness statements, including insider witnesses. It includes many speeches of Mr. Duterte himself, as well as the statement of his co-perpetrators. It also includes orders and other documents signed by himself. The prosecution further relies on official government documents, including material from the Philippine National Police. It relies on drug watch lists, on audio and video material, as well as on forensic and financial evidence. Your Honors, during the prosecution's subsequent presentation, my colleague will elaborate on some of these core evidence in more detail. Mr. Nichols will give a presentation on Mr. Duterte's background, followed by an overview of the evidence demonstrating his responsibility for the crime charged in count 1. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Jeremy behind me, who will speak about the evidence demonstrating Mr. Duterte's responsibility as President for the crime charged in count 2 and 3. And Ms. Croft, on my left, will then elaborate on the contextual element of crime against humanity and the mode of liability through which Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes alleged in this case. And to conclude, Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victims with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charges before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now we are slightly in advance on our schedule. I will now hand over to the legal representative of victims for her opening statements until 11, and then after that you shall continue. Please proceed, ma'am.
Madam President, Your Honors, by way of an opening statement, we convey the views and concerns of the 497 victims authorized to participate in these proceedings. At the outset, Your Honors, we communicate the very deep disappointment of the victims at the decision allowing Rodrigo Duterte not to be present in this stage of confirmation of charges. The sight of Mr. Duterte being read and being confronted with the grave and horrible charges against him would have constituted a vital component of justice for the victims. This case symbolically represents the last boat that the victims can board to go on a journey in search of justice for their loved ones who were brutally killed upon the orders of Mr. Duterte. If this chamber prevents the boat from sailing by not confirming the charges, the victims will forever be moored in an island where the nights are filled with the screams and cries of their massacred loved ones. There is absolutely no other recourse for the victims. No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago that the door to domestic justice is permanently closed for victims of the Duterte extrajudicial killings. Remulla declared, and we quote, "It is difficult to prove the case here and build up the case because those who need to speak are involved in the crime. There's nothing, not even a police report. You don't have a scene of the crime, you don't have ballistics, you don't have DNA." Remulla further declared, and I quote, "Everything that could be erased was erased so that the cases would not push through. That is why this has reached the ICC." Under the Philippine justice system, Your Honors, no criminal case can reach the courts unless they are initiated and filed by the Department of Justice or the Office of the Ombudsman. From Justice Secretary, Remulla has been appointed as Ombudsman. So the two gatekeepers of justice are successively occupied by a ranking official who has declared that there is absolutely no hope for domestic justice. Concerns of the victims is that Mr. Duterte will return to the Philippines as a conquering hero. He will resume preaching his gospel of impunity. In fact, if Mr. Duterte could threaten to slap the judges of this court, which he did while he was president, this chamber should imagine the kind of terror-filled threats and the violent actions that can easily be used against the victims if the suspect walks free from this court. if the charges are not confirmed, it is a very serious concern of the victims that Mr. Duterte will be portrayed in history by his multitude of followers as the leader who vanquished the ICC and who cleansed his country of 30,000 rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals, which were the scornful words he sweepingly used against all those who were killed in his murderous spree. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has been in detention here in The Hague for almost a year now, but there has been no peace and rest for the victims. From the time their loved ones were killed and continuously up to this time, they lived in constant fear for their lives. The arrest and detention of Mr. Duterte has not stopped impunity in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that he spread all over the country has become a cancer that has metastasized, infecting millions of Filipinos. Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems. The killings masterminded by Mr. Duterte continue to have consequences for the victims even to this day because of his clones. These mini Dutertes harass, threaten, or commit outright violence against the victims and their families. As shown by the number of victims participating in this proceeding so far, many still fear to come out and tell their stories of how their lives became a living hell as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, and because they are constantly terrified of being targeted with violence by Duterte fanatics. Many victims have been hesitant to participate in this ICC case because they live in communities that thrive with Duterte clones. They see the halls of power of their country teeming with Duterte disciples. They see and hear senators, congresspersons, mayors, governors, and powerful public figures who are mini Dutertes. The daughter of Mr. Duterte is the vice president, and she has just recently declared that she is running for president in 2028. One Duterte son is a congressman. Another is the Davao City mayor, and his grandchildren occupy positions of power. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives.
Apologies, counsel, it's 11 o'clock.
What do you say? When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague,
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Council. We will now take a half-hour break as provided for in the schedule, and you shall resume your remarks at 11:30. These are the rules that are set in the schedule, which was set in paragraph 18 of the decision.
Well, good evening and welcome back. You're still tuned in to our special live coverage of the confirmation of charges hearing of former President Rodrigo Duterte before the International Criminal Court's pre-trial Chamber 1. We just witnessed the first session of the confirmation of charges hearing where the prosecution and the common legal representatives of the victims presented their opening statements. We did see Judge Ayula Motok presiding over the proceedings, and the hearing being conducted in French, which is one of the ICC's official working languages alongside English. So earlier we also heard Judge Motok emphasizing that the chamber today will not decide on guilt at this stage of the former president, and their task here is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence and grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes that he has been charged with. So we're just going to take a look back at some of the charges that Mr. Duterte is facing. They include murders in Davao City from 2013 to 2016, allegedly carried out by the Davao Death Squad while he was mayor of the city. Another charge is the murder of 14 high-value targets nationwide between 2016 and 2017, carried out by a network of state actors during Duterte's presidency. And the third charge is his murder and attempted murder of 45 alleged criminals, including 3 children in the nationwide operations, and that's from 2016 to 2018. So basically the charge here is that the prosecution alleges Mr. Duterte was criminally responsible as an indirect co-perpetrator, and that he shared this common plan to neutralize alleged drug criminals in the Philippines from 2011 to 2019. And these crimes, prosecutors say, were carried out through a structured system under the so-called common plan. During the opening statement, which lasted about 30 minutes for the prosecution, they described the hearing as a very important day in international justice for the victims. They even outlined 49 incidents involving 78 victims and children, emphasizing that these are only a fraction of the overall criminality of the so-called Duterte war on drugs. The prosecution also argued that Mr. Duterte was the heart of the common plan. He created and directed the so-called Davao Death Squad, or DDS, while still mayor of Davao City, and he continued this strategy nationwide during his presidency. Now, the evidence presented earlier by the prosecution really focused as well on the pronouncements made by the president during his campaign, and even while he was sitting as president. They described how he highlighted the systemic nature of the killings, implementing quotas, promotions, and rewards for those carrying the murders themselves, the alleged murders, saying that the killings were part of this widespread and systematic attack on the civilian population. Now, after that, the common legal representatives of the victims, led by attorney Joel Butuyan, got a chance to deliver some of the concerns of the victims that they represent. He spoke on behalf of 497 victims that were authorized to participate in the proceedings of the ICC. And he began by saying that they expressed their disappointment that the former president was allowed not to appear and not to attend his confirmation of charges in the ICC. But the ICC did clarify that they ruled on this based on the president's right to not appear, to waive his right not to appear, and not on any other considerations such as health or humanitarian. That's his own right as an accused before the ICC under the Rome Statute. But still, attorney Joel Butuyan, representing the victims of this drug war, said and mainly argued that if the charges today or the charges against the president are not confirmed, well, it would be like leaving families of the victims stranded on an island with the unending screams of their loved ones. He emphasized that there is no other recourse for victims but to continue with a trial to seek justice. So he also warned that much of the evidence has already been destroyed and erased, which is why this case has reached the ICC in the first place. Now, Attorney Butuyan also expressed concern that if Mr. Duterte, former President Duterte, were to return to the Philippines, he will continue preaching impunity, describing it as a cancer that has spread to millions of Filipinos. And that's exactly what they are arguing before the judges of this pre-trial chamber. But now that we've heard the first session of the confirmation of charges against former President Duterte, let's get the latest from the Netherlands. We have One News anchor Angela Lagunzad Castro reporting to us live from The Hague. Okay, Angela, so how's the atmosphere there like so far?
Hi, Pauline, and you're right. I'm still here at the ICC Criminal Court in The Hague, Netherlands, wherein the confirmation of charges of former President Rodrigo Duterte is taking place. No, as we speak, it's already the first day, February 23, and of course, dito in-expect natin nga ang opening statement no ng both parties, including actually tatlong partido yan. Ano, una yung prosecution, pangalawa yung defense, pangatlo yung counsel for the victims, no? Yan, nag-present sila ng kanilang opening statement. Pero yung dalawa pa lang actually, no, ang nakakapag-present bago ito naputo, no? Dahil itong trial na to will run from 10 to 4 or 10 to 3 in the afternoon with 30-minute break every hour. Actually, yung bakit ganun yung naging schedule because the pre-trial chamber considered, of course, the situation or the age of former President Rodrigo Duterte kaya may mga breaks. Pero unfortunately, I'm so sorry dahil mahangin dito. Unfortunately, hindi nga umattend ito si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. And in fact, pumayag naman ng pre-trial chamber. So today, ganun nga ang nangyari, house rules muna and then nagkaroon ng reading of charges and what you said earlier, Pauline, yun talaga yung mga sinabi dito din sa sa korte no sa ICC pre-trial chamber. So, ang kanina lang kausap ko si Attorney Cristina Conti sa kabilang programa at dahil nga break ngayon kaya nagkaroon siya ng pagkakataon na makausap ako ay yun nga positive so far yung kanyang reaction regarding the opening statement ng prosecution at saka ng of course ng counsel for the victims at nandun din no sa loob Pulino ng gallery ang Filipino Legal Counsel ni former President na pinangungunahan ni Attorney Sal Panelo kasama si Attorney Medaldea, former Executive Secretary Medaldea, former Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Silvestre Bello III, and among others. So far, yun pa lang yung mga nagaganap dito, no? Very yung naging statement ni Attorney Butuyan sinabi nga according to Attorney Conti very political, no? Inihayag niya doon yung disappointment ng victims na hindi makarating dito si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte o marap before the pre-trial chamber para sa kanyang sariling confirmation of charges. And he also reiterated how powerful the Dutertes are back there at home in the Philippines, no, knowing that his daughter is a vice president of the Philippines and recently nga nag-announce ng kanyang intention to run for the presidential elections. Ang kanyang anak na si mga anak niyang lalaki na congressman at mayor din sa Davao at sinabi rin niya na may mga alyansa no o mga clones ito si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa mukha ng mga congressman, mayor at saka mga senador. So far yung pa lang ang nangyayari dito sa first day ng confirmation of charges. And of course, we all know na there are 3 possible outcomes sa mangyayari after na magkaroon nga na o matapos itong confirmation of charges. One would be the charges will be confirmed and we will proceed to the full trial. Second, hindi mako-confirm ng mga charges kaya walang magiging trial for now. Or the third possible option would be the pre-trial judges would give back the evidence to the prosecution para pag ito ay pagtibayan. But ang resulta nito ay hindi natin malalaman agad-agad. It will take them 60 days or within 60 days for them to release any ruling on this matter. So far, Pauline, yun pa lang nangyayari dito.
Okay, so Angela, napansin ko rin dun sa opening statement ng prosecution, hindi masyadong detalyado pa yung evidence na iprinesenta nila. They mentioned the pronouncements of the president, the public pronouncements, but when it came to the statements of the witnesses, yung mga insiders, hindi pa pinapangalanan. So, tama ba na at this stage, hindi pa ganun kataas yung threshold sa pagtukoy ng evidence?
Well, Pauline, if you're asking for the names of the victims and the witnesses, yan ay unang-unang sinabi dito sa pre-trial chamber house rules na hindi isasabihin yung mga pangalan nila, hindi i-disclose. Kung kailangan na i-disclose ang kanilang mga pangalan, ang kanilang identity, They will have to talk about it first in a private session. Then they will decide kung ito nga ay kailangan ilabas. But so far, yan ang talagang sinabi dito, House Rule, na wala tayong makikita or malalaman na pangalan at this point ng mga witnesses or victims. But doon sa gallery naman, kanina Pauline, kasama ko doon sa gallery na yun habang nag-o-observe kami sa nangyayari sa loob ng korte, ay yung dalawa sa kamag-anak o ilang pamilya ng miyembro ng pamilya ng EJK victims. Sila ay nanonood. Hindi sila kasama sa presentasyon pero sila ay nanonood. Sila yung mga kasama dito kahapon ng Duterte Panagutin Network. Pauline.
Okay, so Angela, alam naman natin ang trabaho talaga ng prosecution is to prove that there are substantial grounds, that there are substantial evidence para ma-confirm itong charges ng dating Pangulo. But on the part ng defense, ang trabaho naman nila ay to prove that these grounds don't exist. May nakausap ka ba, Angela, doon sa panig ng dating Pangulo? How confident are they na maibabasura nila itong mga charges na kinakaharap ni former President Duterte?
You know, Pauline, sabi nga nila ng prosecution dito or yung mga victims, this confirmation of charges is a step forward to accountability. But for the prosecution, for the defense rather, this is actually an opportunity for them to defend former President Rodrigo Duterte at to make sure na walang kinalaman o walang basihan yung mga alegasyon sa kanya. So far, hindi pa natin nakakausap ang legal counsel ni former President Rodrigo Duterte na si Attorney Kaufman, but actually this is the first time officially that we will see the man, Attorney Kaufman, in action defending his client, former President Rodrigo Duterte. And as for his Filipino legal counsel, I was able to talk to Attorney Salpanelo kanina bago siya pumasok sa loob. Actually, nakita ko siya sa entrance, sinila ko lang siya. Sabi ko, sandali lang, sabi niya nilalamig na daw siya. Pero yun nga, sabi ko, ano yung magiging papel niya dito? He only said that he will only be observing dito sa magiging confirmation of charges. Of course, pinaglalaban pa rin niya yung jurisdiction ng ICC sa kaso na ito ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Sinasabi niya, our courts there back home is gumagana naman at walang nagiging problema. So hindi niya nakikita yung dahilan kung bakit dito pa nililitis ang dating Pangulo. Hindi pa niya nakausap kahit sino man sa mga Duterte family. Even the lead counsel of former president, wala din siya nakausap. Papasok dito, kasama niya of course yung the rest of the member of the Filipino Legal Council, sila Sylvester Bello III, E.S. Medaldea, and so on. So yun lang yung mga alam natin ngayon. Mamaya sa pag-resume, actually nag-resume na yan, 11:30 after ng break, ay pag natapos yung sa prosecution, opening statement naman ito ng legal. Pauline.
Okay, Angela, aside from the supporters...
Opening statement rather, ng defense.
Right.
Go ahead.
So aside from the supporters of President Duterte, former President Duterte, pati na rin yung mga kaanak ng mga biktima, may iba pa bang international observers dyan sa ICC because of how pivotal this case is?
Well, wala akong nakitang kakilala ko, pero meron akong nakita observer from the UK Embassy of the Philippines na nagpunta dito, and other media outlets from different organizations from around the world. But for yung personality na tinatanong mong, wala akong nakita so far. But yun nga, ang mga nakita natin dito sa hanay ng mga biktima ay si Attorney Nery Colmenares, na nakausap ko rin siya bago siya pumasok dito sa public entrance ng ICC para makapag-observe nga ng confirmation of charges. And he said, he looks very exhausted, but he said he's actually relieved na magsisimula na finally ang confirmation of charges after 5-month delay. At sabi niya, natutuwa siya dahil isa siya noong 2018 kasama ng mga victims na nag-file dito ng kaso against the former president. Pauline.
All right, well, we're going to let you get back to the hearing inside the ICC for now. Thank you very much for that update. That was One News anchor Angela Lagunsad Castro reporting live from The Hague, Netherlands. Meantime, Duterte's former presidential legal counsel, Salvador Panelo, maintains that the International Criminal Court has no jurisdiction over the former president. Speaking to our sister program, One Balita Pilipinas, Panelo said The Philippines has its own working justice system and does not need foreign intervention. He also cited past prosecutions of high-level officials, saying local courts are capable of acting on cases. Attorney Panelo also added that they are monitoring the prosecution's arguments and said if the case does move to trial, it could suggest the matter has already been prejudged.
Ano pa bang prueba gusto ng ICC para ipakita sa kanila na malusog, malakas ang ating sistema legal? Libo-libo na ang nilitis natin, pinakulong natin, 2 presidente kinulong natin, 2 senador kinulong. They are not following its own law. Nakikialam sila dito sa ating sistema, kaya wala silang jurisdiction.
And now for context, ICC judges are assessing whether there is sufficient evidence to confirm 3 counts of murder filed by the prosecutor against former President Rodrigo Duterte. The charges fall under alleged crimes against humanity linked to his bloody war on drugs, covering both his tenure as Davao City Mayor and as President of the Philippines. And count 1 involves alleged killings in and around Davao City between 2013 and 2016, attributed to the members of the so-called Davao Death Squad. Count 2 covers the alleged murders of high-value targets nationwide from 2016 to 2017. And Count 3 pertains to deaths during barangay clearance operations from 2016 to 2018. And this confirmation of charges hearing will determine whether the case proceeds to a full trial before the High Tribunal. We still have more on-ground updates when we return. This is the Duterte ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. Keep it here on One News. evening and welcome back. You're still watching Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges hearing, a special coverage. One News anchor Angela Lagunsad Castro, who has been in the Netherlands since the weekend, has talked to Duterte critics and supporters who have gathered outside the International Criminal Court before the historic ICC hearing today. Here's her report.
Justice for the victims of Duterte's crimes!
Ito ang sigaw ng ilang pamilyang biktima ng war on drugs ng Administrasyong Duterte dito sa The Hague, Netherlands. Kasama nilang nananawagan ng hustisya ang mga miyembro ng Duterte Panagutin Network, mga human rights advocates, kabilang ang mga abogadong sina Attorney Cristina Conti at Attorney Nery Colmenares. Nagsagawa rin sila ng press conference sa bisperas ng confirmation of charges laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At pagdidiin nila, managot si Duterte para mabigyan ng katarungan ang mga biktima ng extrajudicial killings o EJKs noong nakaupo siya sa pwesto.
This is the distillation of all the best practices in all countries. Kaya kaabang-abang talaga. Para sa mga victims na kasama ko, pareho lang kami nakakapa. Titignan natin kung anong nangyayari. Pero sana sa haba ng panahon ng paghahanda, talagang sabi namin na naiintindihan namin kung anong nangyayari.
Bagaman naantala ng 5 buwan ang confirmation of charges, natutuwa pa rin ang mga pamilya ng mga biktima na sa wakas ay matutuloy na ito. Nagpapatunay raw ito na may saysay ang kanilang mahabang laban. Nananatili rin silang positibo sa kalalabasan ng kaso. May mensahe rin ng ilang pamilya para sa mga supporter ng dating Pangulo.
Check ourselves again. Nilay po tayo. Mag-contemplate tayo. Bakit sumusuporta pa rin ang mga tao despite na sinasabi na may mga namatay dahil kay Duterte, bakit pa rin nila sinusuportahan si Duterte?
Samantala, pinili ni Duterte na hindi sumipot o i-waive ang kanyang karapatang dumalo sa confirmation of charges. Para kay Lori Pasco, ina ng 2 biktima ng EJK, hindi nito pahihinain ang kanilang determinasyon.
Dapat po ng maayos yung charges at maintindihan ng kanyang abogado at maiparating kay Duterte dahil sabi niya hindi siya aaten.
Alas 10 ng umaga, oras dito sa The Hague o alas 5 ng hapon sa Pilipinas, magsisimula ang confirmation of charges hearing sa Pre-Trial Chamber 1 dito sa International Criminal Court. Ang gagawing confirmation of charges ng ICC ay hindi pa talaga ang mismong paglilitis o trial. Sa yugtong ito, tutukuyin pa lamang ng mga hukom kung may sapat na ebidensya upang ituloy ang kaso sa aktwal na paglilitis. 4 na araw ang inilaan para sa pagdinig na ito na gagawin sa Courtroom 1. 3 judges ang didinig sa pangunguna ni Presiding Judge Iulia Antonuanela Motok. Crimes against humanity ang kaso laban sa dating Pangulo base sa 3 counts of murder para sa mga kaso ng pagpatay mula noong mayor siya ng Davao City dahil sa Davao Death Squad, hanggang sa mga oplantokhang noong panahon ng kanyang pagkapangulo. Una nang pinagbigyan si Digong na huwag dumalo sa mga pagdinig. Sa statement ng pamilya, hindi rin muna pinayagan ng in-person family visits kay Duterte habang nagsasagawa ng mga pagdinig, bagamat pwede ang telephone calls. Tinukoy na rin ng Filipino legal team ni Digong na dadalo sa mga pagdinig. Sina Salvador Medialdea, Martin Delgrad III, Silvestre Bello III, Alfredo Lim Jr., Cesar Dulay at Salvador Panelo.
Well, again, that was a report filed by our news anchor, Angela Lagunsad Castro, who has been staying on top of things since the weekend over at the Netherlands. She's been talking to the supporters of the former president and the families of the victims as well, leading up to this pivotal confirmation of charges hearing today before the ICC. All right, but at this point, families of Duterte's drug war victims are also closely watching developments as the ICC hearing unfolds. And our mobile journalist Arles de los Santos is reporting to us live from Quezon City. Arles, kamusta na ang sitwasyon dyan?
Pauline Alamos, magsisimula nga ng pagdinig or pagsisimula ng confirmation of charges laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ay halo-halo na emosyon at reaksyon ang ating narinig mula sa mga kaanak ng mga biktima ng madugong drug war sa administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Sa pagsisimula pa lamang nito nang sinabi na hindi makakadalo ang dating Pangulo ay narinig na natin ang pagkadismaya ng mga ito. No, nakarinig tayo ng ilang mga at parang from time to time ay nagkakaroon sila ng reaksyon. Yung ilan nakikita natin na mangiyak-ngiyak, no, dahil yung ilan dito talagang napakahalaga daw, no, ng kanilang mga kaanak na nasawi, no, kaugnay ng war on drugs. Humigit kumulang 50 mga individual at pamilya, no, yung dumating dito kung saan isinabit nga nila yung larawan ng kanilang mga kaanak dito sa maliit na space sa katabi lamang ng television kung saan nga nila sinubaybayan yung pre-trial ay yung confirmation of charges laban sa dating Pangulo, no, kasama sa kanilang mga isinisigaw yung matagal ng araw na pagkaantala ng hustisya na matagal na nilang ninanais. Nakausap natin ang isa sa mga may anak, no, na nasawi sa war on drugs na si Nanay Maria Espinosa, na sinabi niya na naniniwala daw sila at ikinalulungkot nila na yung hustisya para sa mga kagaya nila na biktima ng EJK ay wala rito sa Pilipinas kundi nasa ibang bansa. Pero malakas ang kanilang kumpiyansa na magkakaroon ng araw ng liwanag o ng katarungan para sa pagkasawi ng kanilang mga kaanak dahil matapos ang ilang beses na pagkaantala ng confirmation of charges sa patong-patong na mosyon na ito ay sa wakas daw nasimulan na ito, kaya naman nandito sila sa Quezon City para manood nga ng isinasagawang pagdinig ng ICC ngayong araw.
And Arles, habang pinapanood itong pag-livestream ng hearing, what was the mood inside the room, lalo na nung mga kaanak ng mga biktima, nung nakikinig sila doon kay Attorney Joel Butuyan, who is representing the victims before the ICC?
May mga pagkakataon po na talagang parang napapapikit sila, no, dahil ilang charges ng murder at attempted murder yung binanggit nga dito, no, at yung ilan kasama din yung mga high profile individuals, no. Yung mga reaksyon nila ay halo-halo talaga, pero at least for the mood ng event place or dito mismo, no, sa Atencio hall sa College of Law ng UP Diliman ay talagang tahimik, lahat ay nakafocus sa telebisyon at sinusubukan talaga ng lahat, lalo na yung mga kamag-anak ng mga EJK victims, na intindihin yung mga confirmation na or yung mga charges rather na binabanggit nga ng prosecution panel. At ngayon since naka-break yung confirmation of charges sa ICC ay ngayon kasalukuyan ay naggagabihan muna sila dito. Puli.
And importanteng na ipasabi rin ni Attorney Butuyan yan kanina doon sa kanyang opening statement where he said na itong mga pamilya ng biktima hindi na sila mare-reunite doon sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. So all they can do now is seek for accountability and justice, at ito yung pamamaraan nila of seeking for that justice. Pero Arles, ang mga live watch party ba ay magtutuloy buong linggo because this is a 4-day proceeding?
Tama po Lino, magpapatuloy yung kanilang viewing. We cannot actually directly call it watch party kasi parang for them, it's an online viewing, justice watch kung tawagin nga nila, no, dahil yung matagal na daw na hustisya na kanilang binabanggit. At since nabanggit na rin ito Pulino, yung usapang hustisya nga kanina, narinig natin mismo, no, yung ilan sa mga kaanak na mga biktima na sinasabi, mabuti pa daw si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na humarap sa due process, madepensahan ang kanyang mga sarili, suriin ang mga ebidensya, hindi kagaya ng kanilang mga kaanak na napatay na lamang o pinatay dito nga sa madugong drug war na nabanggit din mismo ng prosekusyon ng ICC. Kaugnay niyan, yung mga panawagan nga na bumalik ang Pilipinas bilang kasama sa mga bansang kasapi ng International Criminal Court, dahilan kaya naman inihain ng Akbayan Party List kanina ang resolusyon na nais ngang bumalik ang Pilipinas sa ICC. Puli.
Okay, so Arles, may iba ka bang mga nakausap na kaanak ng mga biktima kung gaano ka-importante yung araw na ito, and was there a time kung saan nawala na sila ng pag-asa na makakakuha pa sila ng hustisya doon sa pagkamatay ng kanilang mga mahal sa buhay?
May mga pagkakataon daw Pulino na medyo humihina yung kanilang loob dito, pero dahil na din sa iba't iba mga progresibong grupo at mga grupo mismo, no, na gumagabay nga sa kanila, ikinagagalak nila yung ganitong mga proseso kasi yung ilan nga sa mga biktima ng EJK ngayon kasama na or admitted na doon sa mga posibleng maging witness sa International Criminal Court doon sa The Hague sa the Netherlands. No? Sa kanila at least kung ano yung posibleng liwanag na makikita nila para nga mapanagot itong si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ay tatanggapin na raw nila ito. No? Pero kaugnay niyan, medyo binanatan na rin nila si Vice President Sara Duterte na maaga raw na nagproklama ng kanyang kandidatura para sa 2028 elections na sinasabi tila daw nagfe-flex ito no? O ipinapakita nila yung lakas nila para nga subukan o tangkain na takasan yung pananagutan sa kabila ng mga issue na ipinupukol sa kanilang pamilya. Pulin.
All right, well, thank you very much for your reporting. That was mobile journalist Arles de los Santos reporting live from Quezon City. And now let's tune in to the second session of today's ICC confirmation of charges hearing against former President Rodrigo Duterte.
The victims also wish to convey that if the judges of this honorable chamber can be subjected to online harassment by Duterte clones, we should imagine the level of vulnerability the victims are exposed to in their poor villages. Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter cruelty, the sheer brutality, in other words, the brazen inhumanity of the crimes committed by Mr. Duterte, and the humanity of those whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines, possibly worse than the orgy of violence that happened from 2011 to 2019, and this time there will be no ICC to run to for assistance and help. The victims humbly beseech this honorable chamber to reaffirm the two crucial objectives of the ICC identified in the preamble of the Rome Statute. First, to prosecute and punish the most serious crimes that deeply shock the conscience of humanity. And second, to put an end to impunity and to contribute to the prevention of crimes of unimaginable atrocities. If this chamber confirms the charges, this court will achieve its first objective of prosecuting and, if convicted, punishing Mr. Duterte for the unspeakable crimes he is charged with. But achieving the first objective will not automatically make this court attain its second objective. Merely putting forward the evidence gathered and the theory of liability of the prosecution will not necessarily resolve the second objective. This court should allow victims to testify, and the record of the proceedings must reflect the harrowing experiences of those impacted by against humanity. It is the brutality. In other words, the utter inhumanity of the crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte, so that the people who adore and idolize him, the people who have become disciples of impunity, will see for themselves the inhumanity of the suspect. For this to happen, the charges should all be confirmed. The virus of impunity that has spread all over the Philippines is very grave and serious, Your Honors. Imagine a leader like Mr. Duterte, who proudly and publicly proclaimed his aspirations of following the footsteps of Adolf Hitler when he said, quote, "Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. Now there are 3 million drug addicts. I'd be happy to slaughter them," unquote. And yet, he is worshipped by a huge number of Filipinos. In so many countries, you will need to hide your adoration of Hitler. Mr. Duterte flaunted it, and his fanatics are unaffected by it. Mr. Duterte has pronounced so many other horrible declarations meant to promote and encourage impunity, as it will be detailed tomorrow by my colleagues. And yet, he is idolized by a multitude of Filipinos. The defense will claim that he was merely bombastic and acerbic when he made these statements. But if he were merely being pompous and flippant, the people who were killed should be alive and laughing today at his supposed pranks and stunts. Mr. Duterte did not only order the mass killing of people suspected of being drug personalities, Your Honors. He smeared them with accusations of being rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals. Mr. Duterte imposed an inflexible condemnation that if you are a drug personality, you are automatically a dangerous criminal who has engaged in unimaginable atrocities. The families of those killed did not only suffer the loss of a loved one, their families were even disgraced with being associated with a rapist, murderer, or dangerous criminal. Even after their loved ones were murdered, many families were subjected to deplorable injustices. Instead of gunshot wounds as cause of death in their death certificates, families were shocked to see pneumonia, heart attack, stroke, sepsis, and other false causes of death that were instead written down. Other families were charged substantial amounts, sums the impoverished families could not afford, just to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones from the funeral parlor who were suspected by the families of being in cahoots with the police officers. Some family members were even arrested and imprisoned by police officers on false charges and for the purpose of preventing them from complaining. In one particular incident, Your Honors, a young man and his common-law wife were sleeping in their shanty when men in civilian clothes knocked down the door to their house. The men dragged the wife out of the room. The husband was already surrendering, and he even started to strip naked to show he had no drugs or firearm on his body. He said in the Filipino language, "Sir, malinis po ako, maghuhubad ako, sir." Translation in English, "Sir, I am clean. I will strip naked, sir." Still without mercy, the men shot and killed him. After killing the husband, they arrested the wife and accused her with falsified and non-bailable charges. When the deceased mother and cousin went to the police station to find out what happened to the young man, because they were not in the scene of the crime when it happened, the two were also summarily arrested and charged with fabricated crimes. If the Honorable Chamber confirms the charges in this case, the witnesses and evidence will show that those who were smeared by Mr. Duterte before they were killed, they were inside their houses, sleeping peacefully with their families, eating meals with their loved ones, playing with their children, or hugging their wives. Others were merely walking along the street, having snacks at a roadside eatery, or plying the road earning a poor man's living. They were all doing ordinary, peaceful, and plain human activities. Confirming the charges will restore the dignity of those who were killed and the honor of their families. The prejudice suffered by the families of those killed did not begin and end with the killings of their loved ones. Each killing set off a chain reaction that is continuously churning out a daily crucible of harm, damage, and loss. By masterminding the mass murder of mere suspects, Mr. Duterte has brought irreparable and endless harm to the families. An overwhelming majority of those killed were the sole breadwinners of poor families. These families were dependent on each day's wage for their daily sustenance. They were hand-to-mouth families. With the death of their breadwinners, the widowed spouses, a majority of whom are women, have had to take on the roles of two parents. On top of taking care of their children and maintaining the household, the widowed spouses now have the additional burden of being breadwinners for their families. Families have been driven to even far more serious destitution, Your Honors. The damage to the children is immeasurable. Their development and upbringing have been permanently compromised. They have been walking through life with one missing parental limb. Losing a parent under very dire economic conditions and under the most violent circumstances results in wounds that will never heal and that will absolutely render them handicapped for life. And then there's the indescribable anguish of parents who lost a child. No parent is supposed to outlive a child. Parents suffer a lifetime of grief when a child dies ahead of them. And the lifetime grief is unimaginably worse when a child dies under the most inhuman circumstances. The crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte did not only affect individuals but whole communities. Across the Philippines, numerous urban communities of the most impoverished villages were scarred by the violence and abuses wrought by a lawless anti-drug campaign that further worsened the misery and trauma of residents in marginalized communities. In one illustrative instance, Your Honors, after the father of a family was killed inside his house by police officers, the entire neighborhood was so traumatized that for almost 3 months, and during the coldest months in the Philippines, they abandoned their houses at night and instead slept in the open public market. They did not feel secure inside their houses because there would be no witnesses if the police would just barge in and shoot at them. In the public market, the presence of many witnesses, they thought, will deter the police from shooting and killing them. It is also the victim's view, Your Honors, that the charges should be confirmed because the resulting presentation of witnesses and evidence during the trial will force police and other law enforcement officers to confront the brazen depravity of the killing of civilians that they either personally committed or allowed to be committed during the Duterte reign of terror. In one operation, the police summarily killed 3 men, 2 brothers and 1 friend, in the very early morning. The police declared that the 3 were nanlaban. They fought back. But the neighbors saw otherwise. The whole neighborhood was so horrified at the macabre treatment of one of the fatalities. The bullet-ridden body of one of the 3 men was brought out from the 2nd floor window and dropped to the ground because the police could not bring the body out through the doorway. When the body hit the ground, the neighbors recoiled at hearing the body emit a cry. Aray! Translation in English, ouch! The man was still alive when his body was thrown to the ground, and the police just left him to bleed to death. The trial will hold a mirror to the police force and compel them to see how they were turned into executioners and assassins, and their organization transformed into a gigantic criminal organization or turned into a killing machine by Mr. Duterte. The Philippine National Police and the drug enforcement agencies have not made any initiative to purify the corrupted minds of their officers and personnel to our knowledge. The trial in this case will be a tremendous teaching opportunity that can work to rectify the warped and depraved minds of Philippine security officers. The charges need to be confirmed, Your Honors, for the sake of the entire country, which has been desensitized or made numb by the massive incidents of impunity and the glorification of impunity promoted by Mr. Duterte. The whole Philippines needs to know the real story during those bloody years. There has been no opportunity for the entire country to really find out the whole truth of what happened. It has been hush-hush, tidbits of sporadic news, and always drowned out by trolls who mass produce and broadcast false, fake, and fabricated news. The victims also attach a very important historical significance to this case. If the Chamber confirms the charges, the trial proceedings will produce a historical record of the most bloody period of post-war Philippine history, a duty that the Philippine justice system has refused to perform. The historical account on the mass murder of so many Filipinos during the Duterte regime needs to be accessible to our future generations, just like the Nuremberg trials and the Tokyo trials, so that they will learn from it and not repeat the same mistake of selecting and glorifying leaders who preach and practice impunity. The prosecution has presented 78 instances of murder and attempted murder, clarifying that these incidents are only representatives of the extent of the crimes committed against thousands of civilians, Your Honors. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember that Mr. Duterte's bloody rule, both in Davao City and nationwide, resulted in as many as 30,000 victims of killings, more than 300,000 victims of arbitrary imprisonment, and unaccounted numbers of victims of torture, sexual assault, and other forms of crimes against humanity. For many families in the Philippines, the charges brought for confirmation in these proceedings represent only a fraction of the reality the victims have endured. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember the hundreds of thousands of victims are banking on vicarious justice from this case. Finally, Your Honors.
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Finally, Your Honors, the victims wish to humbly underline that what is ultimately at stake in these proceedings is the supreme of all forms of human rights, the right to life. The right to life is the very foundation of every civilized society. The ancestors of every nation fought against invaders, colonizers, despotic monarchs, and fascist leaders in order to secure the right to life of their families, their communities, and the future generations. The heroes of every country sacrificed their lives to defend the right to life of their people. We as citizens of modern societies are inheritors and beneficiaries of the sacrifices of our ancestors who bequeathed to us the right to life. We owe it to them to defend the supreme legacy for our generation and for the generations to come. For the past few years, Your Honors, we have seen an increasing number of nation leaders who time-traveled from the Dark Ages and now swagger in modern times as if they own people's lives. These brutal and cruel leaders must be held to account for their brazen disregard of humankind's right to life. Our ancestors fought in the battlefield to secure a right to life. in these modern times, the battleground for the fight to protect our right to life is within the four walls of this honorable court. May the God of life, the God of humanity, guide the honorable members of this chamber. Thank you, Your Honors.
Merci beaucoup, Maître
Judge Motog. Thank you very much, Counsel Butuyan. Now over to the defense. Mr. Kaufman, please.
And I thank Mr. Butuyan for his intervention. But I feel that I ought to remind him that this is a court of law which decides matters on the basis of evidence, not on the basis of political demagoguery, and not on the basis of a desire to effect regime change despite the democratic will. And certainly not on the basis of statements made by Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remula, who professed that domestic justice will be denied, according to Mr. Butuyan, because of the lack of forensic reports and police reports. Now, I don't know which case Mr. Butuyan's metaphorical ship sailed into, but he clearly hasn't read the evidence. Whilst he was speaking, we examined the evidence, and out of that evidence, we found at least 35 reports substantiating 49 of the incidents which are mentioned in a document containing the charges. Your Honours, Rodrigo Duterte was and will always remain a unique phenomenon. His style of statesmanship was novel and unpalatable to many. His expletives and hyperbole grated, while his honesty and wild popularity irritated. He spoke openly, from the heart, sincerely and truthfully. And what a contrast between him and his successor in the Malacanang. For President Rudy, his word was his word, and the people knew it. For President Bong Bong, his word is for the wind, and the people will not forget it. Let me remind everyone of the letter which President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed, it's on the screen, and in which he gave a cast-iron undertaking that his government, and I quote, will not assist the ICC in any way, shape or form. Well, as we know, he failed to keep that promise. Rodrigo Duterte was unconstitutional and unceremoniously hauled off to The Hague. And when called upon to defend his master's actions and the said letter at a Senate committee hearing, the then Secretary for Justice, once again Mr. Jesus Crispin Remula, persisted with the same dishonest theme. And I quote his words, "We did not assist the ICC. We continue with the very tenor of the letter that we did not assist the ICC and we did not have any contact with them." So he said, but with a document emanating from the prosecution team opposite and disclosed to us a mere week ago, not as information material to the preparation of our defence, but as exonerating evidence, we can now substantiate what we have suspected for a long time. The document comprises a transcript of a telephone call covertly recorded between four parties who cannot be mentioned in public, and one of these parties was boasting about how he was acting as the silent partner of President BBM, managing a scheme to funnel witnesses to this court while all the time ensuring that he could guarantee President BBM's plausible deniability. So it is indeed the defence case that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. set out to neutralise Rodrigo Duterte and his legacy. Yes, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, I used that legendary word, neutralise, so central and so essential to your case theory, because you know just as well as me that I'm using the term metaphorically. And now I turn to the substance of the charges, but before I do, a word or two about the geopolitical context. The scourge of illegal narcotics is not unique to the Philippines. As we all know, it afflicts Latin America, where I can name 3 countries where the death rate at the hands of vigilantes and law enforcement agents per capita population is higher than it ever was under Duterte. And as you should know, and you will hear from the prosecution, at any rate, the Philippines as a country is uniquely positioned to act as a transit hub for the trafficking of narcotics emanating from the cartels in China, and with or without Duterte, so we argue, the death rate would have kept on rising. Indeed, as we will prove with statistics and reports, the death rate flowing from narcotics-related crime actually increased after Rodrigo Duterte left. Power. And where, I ask you, has the International Criminal Court been seen that Rodrigo did anything the totally lawful Duterte campaign against illegal drugs and their suppliers took place when his administration was
It seems we're having some technical problems in terms of the connection of the ICC in their live stream of the confirmation of charges hearing. But we just witnessed the second session of the hearing. It began with Attorney Joel Butuyan, who was there to represent the victims, continuing with his opening statements, where he even likened former President Duterte to Adolf Hitler. And he said that the truth will be the antidote to the virus of impunity in the Philippines. And that's why they are urging the judges to proceed to trial and to confirm the charges that former President Duterte is facing. He anchored his argument on law enforcement agencies not doing anything during the war on drugs. And he says this will be a tremendous teaching opportunity for the Filipino people and even to the world. He says the charges need to be confirmed for the sake of the entire country. And he even pointed out that this proceeding is just as important as the Nuremberg trial, as we know that that pertained to Hitler's own crimes against humanity during World War II. After Attorney Joel Butuyan presented his opening statements, it was the defense's turn to present their arguments, and Attorney Nicholas Kaufman began by saying right away that Attorney Joel Butuyan shouldn't base his arguments on political rhetoric, but rather on evidence. He said that it's also not appropriate for Attorney Butuyan to include statements of Ombudsman Boying Remulla, where he pointed out that there is a lack of evidence when investigating extrajudicial killings during the time of President Duterte. He even went on to say that it's President Bongbong Marcos who wants to neutralize former President Duterte. And interestingly, he used that word neutralize because it is central to the prosecution's argument. But he also did say that that word is just metaphorical in nature. Let's go back to the hearing.
And as a public prosecutor in Davao, Rodrigo Duterte developed a lifelong passion, some would say an enduring obsession, for law and order, something for which he unapologetically enforced throughout his time as mayor of Davao City. Not, as the prosecution say, through sowing murder and mayhem, but through winning the love, respect and admiration of his fellow citizens. The very same citizens who continued to re-elect him time after time, term after term, on no less than 7 occasions over more than 2 decades. And throughout his 20 or so years tenure as the mayor of Davao, Rodrigo Duterte and his family transformed that city from an outpost of communist insurgency and criminal violence into what is now one of the safest cities, not just in the Philippines, but in the entire world. This was indeed the so-called Davao model, which the prosecution wants to persuade you was code for unbridled criminal violence. And this was the type of leader that the Filipino nation wanted in 2016. So, Rodrigo Duterte was elected into power, not in spite of, but specifically because of his firm and uncompromising commitment to upholding law and order. And after his election as president, Rodrigo Duterte remained a man of the people, without seeking to patronize the people. Gung-ho in his ways and with a belligerent tone, he spoke the tough tongue of the street, not the dissembling discourse of international diplomacy. He said what the people wanted to hear, but he said it in a way that offended sensibilities of world leaders unaccustomed to hearing it, one in particular, and that was what set him on the slippery slope to a prison cell in The Hague. And let me tell you how it works. It starts with the media, controlled by the powerful and the politically influential. With a sensational headline and a twisted editorial slant, the moguls sell their papers while promoting the partisan agenda of their backers in power. They highlight the salacious content while ignoring the true context, because that is what captivates the reader. And so it was with Rodrigo Duterte, whose speeches were fertile fodder for his enemies and detractors. A man whose hyperbole, bluster and rhetoric, once published, became a natural target for privately funded NGOs and human rights activists, a loose collective more commonly known as civil society. These people descended upon the Philippines to advance an agenda even more lacking in objectivity than that of the media, and heavily funded by tycoons with even grander designs, they print their glossy reports, replete with iconic photographic images of grieving families and dead bodies in rain-swept, nighttime crime scenes, all dramatically illuminated with the fluorescent glow of neon. Images carefully crafted to shock the conscience and to sway the emotions, and, I may say, to be used by the prosecutor when they don't even relate to the charges. And they gave their slick reports bold titles lifted straight out of a James Bond movie, such as License to Kill, One Shot to the Head, You Can Die Anytime, or simply, They Just Kill. The photographers are fated and their shots exhibited as art all over the world, and the brave journalists who act as their sources win awards and Nobel Prizes. And slowly but surely, their narrative becomes the sacred, unchallengeable and unshakable truth. And so the pressure builds up, and the academics who haunt the corridors of the progressive left law faculties far away in the United States tweet their research and publish their articles pontificating about crimes against humanity, systematic attacks against the civilian population, and they point their finger at one man alone, and bandy about slogans such as accountability and the prevention of impunity. They give their gratuitous advice on what should be done, sometimes academics who formerly worked alongside the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Communications and complaints are filed, and the rest, as they say, is history. In any event, we're not gathered here today to judge a man on the basis of his coarse attitude or his vulgar language. This court has convened a confirmation hearing to verify whether substantial grounds exist to believe that Rodrigo Duterte, the people's president, together with various so-called co-perpetrators, over the years of his governance, devised a criminal policy of wholesale and wanton murder. And since we are in a court of law, it is worth stressing, although I should not have to, cases are decided on the basis of evidence, not supposition, not rumor, not spicy gossip, and certainly not on the basis of political rhetoric and bluster. Because at the end of the day, were it not for those belligerent and controversial speeches, there would have been no impetus to bring the people's president to The Hague. And when the prosecution's evidence is examined, I would ask you to keep an open mind and to question not just whether that evidence has been selectively presented, but whether there exists evidence which the prosecution has failed to produce. And I say this with justifiable cause, particularly with respect to the Duterte rhetoric, as we will prove during the substantive part of our submissions, the notorious speeches on which the prosecution relies have been cherry-picked to suit its narrative while ignoring the many other speeches when the former president tempered his bombastic language by clear reference to the principle of lawful self-defense. We, the defense, have read as many of these speeches as we can find. In fact, in our poky little office on the top floor of the furthest building away in this complex, we have a counter which ticks and ticks. And whenever we come across a speech which contradicts the prosecution's murder theory by reference to self-defense, we give a cheer. And the counter goes up once more, and we celebrate one more nail in the coffin of the prosecution's case theory. As the statistics stand as of today, in contrast to the 20 speeches on which the prosecution relies to prove incitement to kill, we have found 35 more which say the complete opposite. Let me give you 2 examples from the very speeches that the Deputy Prosecutor himself cited today. Let's refer first of all to the famous Pietà speech, which the Deputy Prosecutor referred to. So, this is what the Deputy Prosecutor said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priests, including human rights advocates. They won't be able to prevent deaths, and so it goes on. But if we look further on in the very same speech, something which maybe the Deputy Prosecutor didn't do, this is what he had to say. To our police officers and other officials, do your job, and you will have the unwavering support of the Office of the President. I will be with you all the way. Abuse your authority, and there will be hell to pay, for you will have become worse than criminality itself. Well, there you are. You have it straight in your face. PECSO, exonerating evidence within what is claimed to be the prosecution incriminating evidence. I won't take up my time by showing you the second speech, but there is one. If I have time at the end, I will show it to you. So if you add to that another 10 speeches out of the 20 speeches on which the prosecution rely in its document containing the charges, after all, we are in a court of law and we rely on evidence. And what is the evidence that's produced of these speeches? 20 of them. 10 of them, I submit, and we will show this in the substantive part of our submissions, contain exonerating evidence which support the defense case theory. In other words, if you add the 10, which we've identified in the prosecution's 20, to our total of 35, we come to 45 speeches versus 10, which we say support the use of force only in self-defense. That is 350% more speeches in favor of our defense and 354% more reasons not to confirm the charges. And you can bet your bottom dollar that at the end of today's proceedings, either the victim's self-styled legal assistant to ICC counsel or a prosecution intern will be tasked with scouring the web, looking for the means to prove Kaufman wrong. And I will declare it, and I'll declare it loudly and clearly, as if the prosecution didn't know it already. It's not enough to state that since the former president made those extremely inflammatory statements and deaths occurred, that he must, as a matter of course, be criminally responsible for those fatalities. At this stage of the proceedings, the prosecution needs to show substantial grounds to believe that the former president actually desired and foresaw that people would be killed as a result of his incendiary language. For the prosecution to assert that Rodrigo Duterte hoped for deaths to occur or was recklessly indifferent as to whether deaths would occur, which he was not, that's insufficient. So once more for the record, Rodrigo Duterte's language was aimed not at suspected drug pushers as the prosecution would have it, but directly at those poisoning society with their substances, and not, I stress, with lethal intent. His rhetoric was calculated to arise arouse fear and obedience, to instill fear in their hearts, and to inculcate a respect for the law in their minds. Nothing more, nothing less. That was his intent, and it was not criminal. And as many of these drug pushers demanded to enter prison, I remember seeing the images on the television, lining up to surrender and to enter prison. Now, I challenge my colleagues opposite to prove otherwise, because as we all know, in a criminal process, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. They brought this case and they need to prove it. Rodrigo Duterte need not convince the world of anything, and that is to his fortunate advantage given his current medical condition. And he stands behind his legacy resolutely, and he maintains his innocence absolutely. Now, I turn to the general fairness and objectivity of the investigation, which, as we all know, is meant to be an impartial evidence-gathering exercise. As an ex-prosecutor myself, I'm used to investigating agencies pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry, assimilating all testimonies, and digesting all documentation and forensic evidence, recommending who to target for prosecution, but not so with this prosecution. When we, the defence, study the course of the investigation in this case, one thing is plain as a pikestaff. The chief prosecutor of this court, Mr. Karim Khan, not only failed miserably to carry out his duties under the Rome Statute, requiring him to examine exonerating circumstances as well as incriminating, but he single-handedly contaminated it, so we alleged, by pursuing a one-track crusade with a view to a predetermined objective. Let me explain. Although the ICC officially authorized an investigation into the so-called Philippines situation in late 2021, it was deferred a few months later back to the Philippines for the official investigation to resume only in late 2023. But the real meat of the investigation into Count 1, relating to the activities of that fictitious construct, the Davao Death Squad, had effectively started way before then, with the sole objective of nailing Rodrigo Duterte. Indeed, all the way back in 2018, during its so-called preliminary examination, the prosecution had an individual who will be referred to as P1, handed to them on a silver platter. This P1 had been interviewed at an earlier date by none other than Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, in his former capacity as a private lawyer, and the self-professed legal.
All right, well, we just heard Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, defense lawyer to the former president, presenting their opening statements before the pre-trial Chamber 1, and there we saw him zeroing in on portraying Mr. Duterte as a tough-talking and an unconventional leader. But he also said that Mr. Duterte is a man of the people. He spoke the language of the streets, and these conversations, these statements, and controversial statements were just taken out of context, cherry-picked by the prosecutors, and eventually amplified by the media with headlines designed to shock and sway public opinion. That's central to the defense's argument. He insisted that the court must focus on evidence, on strong, solid evidence to prove that Mr. Duterte intended, desired, or foresaw deaths as a consequence of his words. He says that burden is on the prosecution, and without evidence of that, then the confirmation of charges shouldn't continue. He also said that there were even speeches where Mr. Duterte warned the police himself that if they abuse their authority, then there will be hell to pay. That's some of the quotes that Attorney Kaufman mentioned. But I believe we have the feed back up, so let's listen in again. Okay, so we still don't have that up, but okay, going back to some of the arguments that Attorney Kaufman gave earlier. So he maintains that former President Duterte's language was simply inflated by the media, He says they were not aimed at ordinary citizens and aimed rather at those who are believed to be poisoning society with illegal substances. And at the end of the day, he argues that Mr. Duterte meant to instill fear and respect in society, and nothing more and nothing less. He emphasized that former President Duterte stands by his legacy and maintains his innocence. So far, we've already heard the three parties delivering their opening statements. Earlier this afternoon, the prosecution delivered their opening statements first, followed by the common legal representatives of the victims. But for now, let's check on updates on the ground with News 5 Vigilante Mac Ortiz. He joins us now live from The Hague at the Netherlands. Mac, mukhang nasa labas ka ng ICC. Kamusta ang sitwasyon dyan so far?
Pauline, andito pa rin tayo ngayon sa ICC area kung saan background ko yung standee na viral ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Sa ngayon, nagtitipon-tipon pa rin dito yung kanyang mga supporter. Kung makita yung kung meron tayong inset, ngayon ay more or less siguro mga 100 person sila nandito. Tapos kumakain sila. Habang kanina, nanonood din sila nung hearing. Tapos may mga nakausap tayo na ang sabi nila na parang hopeful sila na papanig sa kanila yung hearing. Tapos yung food na siniserve dito, yung mga favorite ni former president like banana cue, banana cake, may macaroni ako nakikita, tapos may hot dogs. Sa ngayon parang relax naman sila dito. Wala namang tension like kanina before sila andito rin yung mga anti-Duterte, pero after nila magprograma, there's no tension, nagkaharap-harap sila. Malayo dun sa nangyari before na kumbaga nagkaroon ng tensions. Pauline?
Okay, Mac, gaano ba karami ang mga supporters ni former President Duterte dyan ngayon?
Sa ngayon siguro mga more or less mga 100, pero inaasahan pa na mas marami pa daw yung darating ngayon. Then siguro may nakausap akong isang organizer. Ang sabi nila 4 or 5 p.m. Netherlands time, baka umalis sila dito at pumunta sila doon sa Duterte Street kung saan nakadetain si former president, kasi marami pa daw doon na nag-aabang ng mga supporters.
Okay. Nakikita namin, Mac, may hawak pang mga placard, pati mga tarpaulin, itong mga supporters ni dating Pangulo. Ano ba yung pinakamensahe nila dyan sa kanilang mga rally outside the ICC?
Yung dun sa mga placards, nakita natin na bring Tatay Digong home, and parang let daw justice na pabor sa kanila, and ICC do not let money take over daw, na parang sana daw maging fair yung hatol ng ICC. Pauline.
All right, thank you very much for those updates. Once again, that was News 5 Vigilante Mac Ortiz reporting live from The Hague. And at this point, we're going to go back to the hearing. Let's listen in.
And we will ask you to give back to the Filipino people their Tatay Digong. Thank you, Your Honours.
The presiding judge. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. We shall now suspend. This is the end of initial statements, and this is the end of this morning's hearings. We will take a 90-minute break and resume at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
All right, so we just witnessed the first part of the confirmation of charges hearing of former President Rodrigo Duterte before Pre-Trial Chamber 1 of the International Criminal Court. It's a very pivotal day. It's day 1 of a 4-day proceedings in The Hague, in the Netherlands. And we just heard the opening statement of the defense attorney Nicholas Kaufman there arguing that the president is innocent of all the charges that he is facing. He argues that the president simply wants to instill respect in society, and their argument is anchored on the fact that his statements, the controversial statements of the president, might just be inflated. He pointed that it started with the media controlling the agenda, promoting headlines meant to shock the conscience and sway emotions of the public. So this is a very, very different argument from what the prosecution and what the victims presented earlier. On their part, the public pronouncements of the president is clear enough to indicate that he had this common plan to neutralize criminals and alleged criminals involved in illegal substances, which led to the extrajudicial killings. But again, Attorney Kaufman there saying it's the gung-ho ways of the former president, his untraditional ways, unconventional ways that led him to where he is now. So we're going to see how that is going to pan out. Once again, the prosecution focused heavily on the public statements of Mr. Duterte, while the victims emphasized the human impact, expressing frustration even that Mr. Duterte is absent from the proceedings itself. And they're framing this as the only way that they can seek justice for their loved ones. We're going to have more on this hearing, but for now, the court has, or the chamber rather, has taken a 90-minute break. So we anticipate them to return at about 9:30 p.m. Philippine time. Again, there's a 30-minute delay in the live stream of the ICC, but our coverage here on One News will continue. Again, Mr. Duterte is facing crimes against humanity in the ICC, and there are 3 counts that the prosecutor has submitted, and that includes murders in and around Davao City from 2013 to 2016, carried out by the Davao Death Squad. There's also count 2 or murders of high-value targets nationwide, and that was during the presidency of Mr. Duterte. And the 3rd count are murders during barangay clearing operations, also nationwide during the Duterte presidency. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. This is a Duterte sa ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. Keep it here. Welcome back. You're still watching Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges hearing, a special coverage. A total of 539 victims have been granted the right to participate in the proceedings. They will not be witnesses this week, though, but they will be represented by 3 lawyers. These lawyers, also called common legal representatives, are Joel Butuyan, Gilbert Andres, and Paulina Masida from the Office of Public Counsel for Victims of the ICC. Meantime, 6 familiar lawyers comprise the Filipino defense team of former President Duterte. This includes former Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, former Presidential Chief Legal Counsel Attorney Salvador Panelo, former Labor Secretary Silvestre Bello III, former LTFRB Chief Martin Delgra, former BIR Commissioner Cesar Dulay, and former PAGCOR President Alfredo Lim. And now let's head on over to Davao City, where the Duterte family and thousands of supporters gather as the confirmation of charges hearing has begun. We have News 5's Mindanao correspondent Bril Montalvo reporting to us tonight. Bril, kamusta na ang sitwasyon dyan ngayong gabi? Okay, we're gonna try to get Bril on the line again. So we just witnessed the first part of the confirmation of charges hearing, and recall that the ICC Pretrial Chamber 1 has approved Mr. Duterte's request not to attend the confirmation of charges hearing, and this is based on his right to not appear. He waived his right to not appear this hearing, but it's not on humanitarian grounds. The court did not rule on his health because they earlier found that Mr. Duterte is indeed fit to stand trial. So earlier this afternoon, we already saw the different parties deliver their opening statements before the judges of Pretrial Chamber 1. Okay, at this point, let's go back to our News 5 correspondent in Davao. We have Bril Montalvo. Bril, kamusta na ang sitwasyon dyan?
Pauline, alam mo, tahimik pa rin dito sa paligid ng City Hall ground dito nga sa Davao City, at wala tayong mga nakikitang mga taga-suporta, mga Davaoenyo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na nandito at may mga programa o aktibidad. So the whole day sa ating pag-aabang dito ay walang isinagawang programa or activity in support with former President Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang confirmation of charges hearing dito sa Davao City ngayong araw. Pauline.
Pero Bril, nasa naman ang mga anak ng dating Pangulo? Sila ba ay nandyan sa Davao?
Alam mo, kanina Pauline na ay naglumahok tayo dito nga sa itong flag raising ceremony ng City Hall kaninang umaga, at expected natin si Mayor Baste Duterte at Vice Mayor Rigo Duterte, pero hindi sila nakadalo kanina sa flag raising ceremony. At sa ngayon wala tayong impormasyon kung nasaan si Mayor Baste, maging si Congressman Pulong Duterte, at ito nga si Kitty at maging si Vice President Sara Duterte. Pero sinisubukan nating hingan sila ng reaksyon hinggil nga dito sa confirmation of charges ng kanilang amang si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang kaso na crimes against humanity sa ICC. At ngayon lang ay nagpalabas ng statement nga itong si Davao City 1st District Congressman na Pulong Duterte, at ang sabi niya, tinanong niya yung or kini-question niya yung ICC kung justice talaga ang hanap nila, sana una nilang tanungin kung may jurisdiction ba kayo. Yun yung sabi niya sa ICC, Pauline. At pangalawa, kung may jurisdiction man kayo, crimes against humanity na pala ang pagsugpo ng kriminalidad sa sariling bayan. Yun yung mga ilan sa mga statement or mga tanong ni Davao City 1st District Congressman Paulo Duterte sa ICC ngayon sa kasagsagan ng confirmation of ito nga confirmation of charges ng kanilang ama dito nga sa ICC. Pauline.
Bril, mukhang ibang-iba yung sitwasyon kumpara sa Hague kung saan dumagsa ang mga supporters ng dating Pangulo sa labas ng ICC. Pero dyan sa Davao, tila tahimik nga ang sitwasyon. As you mentioned, yan ba kaya ay deliberate plan na talagang wala munang kahit anong pagtitipon habang kinoconduct itong confirmation of charges proceedings ng dating Pangulo?
Yes, tama ka nga dyan na Pulino, kakaiba itong araw na ito compare doon sa last time noong paghuli or pagdukot umano kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte papunta doon sa Dahig. Nagsagawa kaagad ng prayer rally, iba't ibang grupo, halos araw-araw ay may activity dito sa City Hall grounds sa Davao City in support kay former President Rodrigo Duterte. At ngayon ay napakatahimik ng lungsod at tinanong nga natin itong ang Davao City Police Office kung may nag-request ba sa kanila ng deployment for the rallies, maging pro-Duterte or anti-Duterte man dito sa Davao City ngayong araw. Ang sabi ng DCPO ay wala umanong ganyang klaseng activity dito nga sa lungsod. Pero nakaantabay ang kapulisan natin dito sa posibilidad na merong mga pahabol na mga activities itong ang mga pro-Duterte or anti-Duterte ngayong araw sa confirmation of charges ng dating Pangulo dyan sa ICC. Pulin.
Oo, Bril, kasi magtatagal itong confirmation of charges hanggang Biyernes. So, as of now, wala pang balita o plano ba ang mga ilang supporters dyan ng dating Pangulo kung sila nga ba ay magtitipon pa in the coming days?
Tama ka nga dyan na Pulino, natanong nga natin kanina itong ang mga ilan sa mga taga-suporta ng dating Pangulo at sabi nila wala umano silang narinig na may mga activity in support kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ngayon at hanggang sa matapos nga itong confirmation of charges ng kanyang kaso doon nga sa ICC. At ang tanging hiling lang ngayon at panalangin ng mga taga-suporta ng dating Pangulo at maging karamihan sa mga Davaoenyo dito ay mabasura na itong ang kanyang kaso sa ICC at makauwi na siya dito sa bansa, partikular dito sa Davao City kasi namimiss na umano siya ng mga Davaoenyo at considering ang kanyang edad na senior citizen na 80 years old na ang dating Pangulo at mahina na ang kanyang katawan. Dapat ay nasa piling na umano siya ng kanyang pamilya at hindi sa loob ng ICC detention facility. Pulin.
Kanina, Bril, nung napakinggan natin yung opening statement ng defense, nilatag nila na yung mga public statements ni dating Pangulong Duterte, ganun lang talaga daw kasi yung kanyang nature ng pananalita. Minsan unconventional, not traditional. Kung siya ay nakikipag-usap sa mga Pilipino, parang kababayan lamang niya. Diyan ba sa Davao, ano ba yung pananaw nila? Paano ba nila tignan itong mga pronouncements, statements ng dating Pangulo?
Alam mo, Paulina, dito sa Davao City especially, itong mga Davaoenyo ay normal na sa kanila na makarinig ng ganyang mga istorya, mga testimonya ng dating Pangulo noong pa siya dito, noong Davao City Mayor pa ang dating Pangulo at hinahayag talaga ng dating Pangulo kung anong gusto niyang gawin dito sa Davao City para mapanatili ang kapayapaan at minsan nga ay kinakausapan nila ang kinakausapan ng dating Pangulo itong ang mga durugista, mga confirmed durugista, mga magnanakaw na mga nahuli na tumigil na sila sa kanilang mga illegal na gawain at para maging mapayapa itong ang lungsod ng Davao. At kung makikita man natin dito sa ating lungsod, ayon nga sa mga na-interview natin kanina ng mga Davaoenyo, ang sabi nila ay payapa umuno ang Davao City dahil kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, mga Duterte sa kanilang pamumuno. Pulin.
Alright, well, maraming salamat para sa update na yan. That was our News 5 Mindanao correspondent, Bril Montalvo, reporting. Well, now we've heard the first and second sessions of the confirmation of charges hearing against former President Rodrigo Duterte. And for the latest, let's get back to our One News anchor, Angela Lagunzad Castro, still reporting to us live from The Hague at the Netherlands. Angela, what do you have for us?
Hi, Pauline. Wait, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so nandito tayo ngayon, naka-break ang International Criminal Court para sa first day ng hearing ng confirmation of charges for former President Rodrigo Duterte. At doon nga natapos na yung opening statement ng prosecution at ganun din sa counsel for the victims, si Attorney James Montuyan. And of course, doon sa kanyang statement, sinabi niya, pinapahayag niya ang disappointment ng mga victims dahil nga daw sa hindi pagdalo ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dito sa kanyang sariling confirmation of charges. At marami siyang pinunto doon, katulad na lamang ng mga insidente ng EJ case. At sinabi rin niya na kinote niya ang DILG na wala daw mga ebidensya back there at home, na para litisin ng fair ang mga kaso against Rodrigo Duterte. But kanina lamang, Attorney Sal Panelo, isa sa mga miyembro ng Filipino Legal Council, at na-interview din namin siya sa programa The Big Story. Overall, ang sabi niya, he's happy doon sa opening statement, sa unang opening statement, unang bahagi ng statement ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Doon sinabi ni Kaufman na ni-reiterate niya kung gaano kumbaga colorful o unique yung character dito ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Sinasabi niya na taken out of context yung mga ilang pahayag na sinabi kasi ng prosecution and ng counsel for the victims na may mga audio and video presentation sila stating the fact na talagang may kinalaman si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dito sa mga crimes against humanity o yung EJK. At sinabi ni Kaufman, yun ay taken out of context, hindi nasa-splice yung mga videos. Ilan lang yan dun sa mga pinunto niya, At he also said, nagkwento rin siya about the background of former President Rodrigo Duterte, na siya ay laki sa disiplina at hindi kaliwas doon sa mga pinupukol sa kanya. So yun pa lang ang ating naobserbahan dito sa ICC. Dito sa first day of hearing ng confirmation of charges. So maya-maya inaantay ko lang si Attorney Nery Colmenares para makausap ko siya dito. Nasa tabi ko na siya. Meron lang siyang interview na ginagawa para makausap din natin siya. But earlier today, I was able to talk to Attorney Cristina Conti as well, ang ICC Assistant to Counsel, at of course kasama rin ng mga ilang mga miyembro ng family ng biktima. At sinabi nga niya, maayos naman daw yung naging pahayag ng prosekusyon tungkol sa kanilang depensa. So ngayon kasi talaga more on opening statements lang yung maririnig natin. Pero if kung meron pang oras, I think yung merits of the case from the prosecution ang ilan pang maibibigay dito. But so far, yung pala nga ating maaring ibahagi sa inyo. Nandito ako ngayon sa labas ng court para nga mag-conduct ng interview. Naantay ko lang si Attorney Nery Colmenares kasi nag-promise siya sa akin dito para makausap natin siya, Pauline. Do you have any questions for me?
Oo, para makuha din natin yung side.
Yung antayin natin siya kasi nakaabang Ayan na.
Ayan na ba? Papunta na. Baka makakuha tayo ng live interview. Go ahead.
Alika, Attorney, kami. Dito po kayo. Ayan,
Yeah. Okay.
Ayan.
Yeah.
Lagay ko yan. Okay, so this is Attorney Nery Colmenares. Kasama po natin back at home si Pauline Versosa ng One News. Of course, hingin lang po namin kayo ng reaction doon sa naging opening statement ng prosecution and of course ni Attorney Butuyan ng Counsel for the Victim.
Well, maganda at last nagka-confirmation hearing na nailahad naman ng ng prosecution yung charges at palaman nito. In an overview, so malakas ang kaso. And in fact, at more or less, pagtingin namin mako-confirm. Doon naman sa legal representatives namin, sa aming kay Attorney Butuyan, maganda ang pagkalahad niya. Sinabi niya dapat ma-confirm. Kasi kung hindi ma-confirm, babalik si President Duterte sa Pilipinas, mas grabe yung threat sa mga kaanak ng biktima. Yun yung victim-centered, syempre, ang submission ni Attorney Joel. Secondly, dapat lang ma-confirm para magkaroon ng trial, para at least kung may trial, makaaninag ng justisya ang biktima, and at the same time, lahat nilang kwento nila kung paano tumalabog ang nila. And last point na in-stress ni Attorney Joel ay may historical record kung may trial, at kung may historical record, therefore maituro yun sa susunod na henerasyon. Katulad ng ginawa sa mga Nazis sa Germany, na hindi ko lang sabihin, tinuro sa susunod na henerasyon ang ginawang dumadang ng mga Nazis. So basically, yun ang victim-centered na submission ng namin, mga lawyers, victims. Kaya we're very happy.
Pero ano naman po ang inyong reaksyon doon sa naging bahagi ng opening statement ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman regarding President Rodrigo Duterte's character and yung mga statements daw niya taken out of context?
Yeah, well, wala kaming nakitang ebidensya actually doon sa buong paglahad niya. Ang sinasabi niya lang, parang walang intensyon si President Duterte na may mamatay in the end. So kung mayroon man siyang order, ay nag-order naman siya na dapat in self-defense daw. Pero wala siyang intensyon na, bagamat siya ang author ng drug war, wala siyang intensyon na may mamamatay. So para sa amin, very difficult kind of defense. Kasi yan, klaro sa lahat na alam niya na
And lastly, before I let you go, yung sinabi po ni Attorney Salpanero, before anything else, dapat po talaga isettle muna yung jurisdiction because we have a working government or working justice system at home.
Maganda. Kung yun ang depensa ng depensa, kasi back na yung jurisdiction na yan, pumirma tayo sa ating ang isang investigasyon kahit pa mag-withdraw ka na, tapusin na yan. Otherwise, kung wala yung Article 127, kahit sino palang may kaso ng Presidente o Prime Minister, i-withdraw niya lang yung bansa niya, wala siyang kaso. So, as a result, may jurisdiction ng ICC dahil nasimulan na ang investigasyon bago pa man
Oo nga pero yun ang kanyang nire-related.
Yes. Maganda kung doon lang sila mag-focus kasi sigurado matatalo sila lalo.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa inyong oras at we hope to see you again around later on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you po. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, so nagmamadali din si Attorney Nery kasi meron din siyang iba pang mga interview. Talagang nahatak lang natin siya. So, yun yung kanyang naging pahayag dito sa nangyaring nangyayari, ongoing confirmation of charges ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dito sa ICC. Pauline.
Okay, so Angela, after itong 90-minute break, magbabalik ang pre-trial chamber para naman dun sa prosecution submissions on the merits. Ano bang mangyayari doon? At magkakaroon ba ng opportunity para ma-counter ng prosecution yung naging mga argumento ng defense kanina?
Well, yan ang sinasabi ni Attorney Conti. Kung meron pa tayo ng oras, maaaring magkaroon ng mga counter, parang oral arguments, parang gano'n, pero yun nga, pero kailangan umpisahan muna nila yung presentation nga ng merits ng kaso, ng prosecution. Kung may oras pa, magkakaroon ng pagkakataon ng defense to rebut it. But mind you, Pauline, as I've said earlier, yung mga evidence or yung merits ng kaso, sorry lumilip ang lakas kasi ng hangin dito, ay kumbaga sinasabi nila, they will still follow doon sa kumbaga security ng mga witnesses o ng mga victims. So we won't be able to hear or know the names specifically unless payagan sila na gawin yun. At to be able to do that, kailangan pag-usapan muna nila in a special session.
Okay, so Angela, tapos na yung mga opening statements, and this is just day one of the proceedings. Ano po bang mangyayari in the coming days?
Well, in the coming days, ganun pa rin, magkakaroon pa rin ng mga presentation of evidence mula sa panig ng prosecution, ng defense, and of course, magkakaroon din ng boses ang victims through their legal counsel. In a Philippine setting, sanay tayo, nagkakaroon lang ng defense and prosecution. But here in ICC, it's a standard for them na magkaroon din ng legal representation ang mga victims, just like what's happening right now. So yun, until February 27. 25 is dedicated for a rest day for everybody. Pero 27 mag-resume, closing statement, etc. And after ng closing statement, there will be a review also by the pre-trial chamber doon sa detention center ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Under the rules, no, every year pala kung may mga nakukulong doon, may review kung dapat doon pa ikulong kung sino man yun nandoon. So this time around, they will review yung detention center ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, which is detained siya dyan sa ICC detention center sa Scaveningen, and they will determine if he can still be there or transfer. That we don't know yet. So antayin natin ang magiging desisyon ng pre-trial chamber there.
Angela, pagdating doon sa pagdetermine nga nung detention ng dating Pangulo, tama ba na hindi yan covered nung waiver ng appearance at hindi pa naghahain ng request ng defense para doon sa kung mag-a-appear nga si former President Duterte doon naman sa determination nga ng kanyang detention sa ICC?
Oo, wala pa yan. Wala pa sila actually official statement regarding that. But if we're going to follow the rules, yun ang susundan nila na hindi kasama ito dun sa pag-waive ng rights. Kasi ang statement lang, no, ang pag-waive ng rights ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ay yung appearance niya dito sa confirmation of charges. We're not talking about the detention yet. So we'll see, no, kung may pagbabago doon sa magiging rules nila or desisyon ng pre-trial chamber.
And Angela, just a last question. Kanina nakausap mo si Attorney Sal Panelo, no? Na-clarify ba niya kung ano yung papel niya dyan sa legal team ng dating Pangulo?
Oo. Well, so far, ang sabi niya, observer lang siya, no, as part of the Filipino legal team ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Mag-observe lang siya, hindi siya pwede doon sa loob, ano, kasi to be able to be in that scene, ano, in that position, na kasama ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, ay kailangan ma-accredit siya doon, no, sa ICC. So far, ang kasama ni Attorney Kaufman doon ay 6 na sila, which is kinagulat din ni Attorney Conti. Sinabi niya kanina, marami pala ang defense team din, ano. So, yun hindi din nila alam at that point. So, basically, sa tanong mo, sinabi ni Attorney Sal Panelo, talagang observer lang siya. And then after the confirmation of charges, after nito mag-conclude, there will be a meeting between them, the Filipino Legal Council, at saka ang team ni Nicholas Kaufman. So, so far, yun pa lang ang nasasabi niya sa amin. And I was also able to ask him kanina kung when was the last time niya nakausap si former President Rodrigo Duterte. Sabi niya, the last time actually nagkawayan lang sila sa Hong Kong. And if you can remember, Pauline, yung Hong Kong scene na yun is the time na naaresto si former President Rodrigo Duterte at nadala nga dito sa ICC sa The Hague, Netherlands. And I also asked him regarding Vice President Sara Duterte. He was able to have an exchange of message with her at sinabi daw meron siyang naka-reserve na seat dito sa gallery at mag-ingat daw siya dito sa trip. Yun lang yung mga pinag-usapan nila.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your reporting. That was our One News anchor, Angela Lagunzad Castro, reporting live from The Hague in the Netherlands. Well, meanwhile, some Duterte supporters are still outside the ICC at The Hague as the first day of the confirmation of charges hearing unfolds. And now let's bring back News 5 Vigilante Mac Ortiz reporting from the Netherlands. Okay, so Mac, pwedeng ilibot mo naman kami dyan. Anong nakikita mo sa labas ng ICC?
Sa ngayon, very festive pa rin dito sa labas ng ICC. Marami pa rin yung mga supporters ni former President PRRD. At sa ngayon, kakarating lang ni Attorney Sal Panelo, kumakain siya doon. Sa ngayon, magtanong tayo ng ilang mga supporters ni former President PRRD. May nakausap natin si Aldo. Hello, Aldo. This is Pauline, kumustahin lang namin yung how kumusta ngayon dito, how's your sentiments about the hearing?
Well, of course, we're still hopeful, no, sa result. And we're very happy that there are Filipino lawyers that can actually or will be the ones that be there to fight for our former president, Rodrigo Duterte. And we're still really, really hopeful, especially the Filipinos that comes not only from the Netherlands, also from the other neighboring countries here in Europe, na mapagbibigyan kung ano man ang nangyari. Kasi, first of all, again, our country is a sovereign country, and we have a working judicial system. We have a Supreme Court. Ang question is, bakit hindi doon isinumite ang mga kaso? Meron naman tayong Supreme Court na pwedeng maging avenue for the complaints ng mga galit kaya dating Pangulong Duterte.
Like right now, maraming galing sa ibang part ng Europe. Nag-expect pa ba tayo na mas marami pa this upcoming days habang nagpapatuloy yung hearing?
Oo naman kasi the flow of support for President Duterte is still ongoing. So yes, we are expecting more people to come, especially with what happened today and kung ano man ang result. We actually invite more people to also be here as well na patuloy na sumuporta para sa cause natin.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir Aldo. Yeah. Sa ngayon, mag-iikot muna tayo. Check muna natin yung iba nating mga support. Marami pa rin dito yung mga yung mga para nag-chill, kumakain habang naka-break at patuloy din dumarami rin yung mga supporter. Tapos nung nakausap nating supporter kanina, parang after this daw pupunta dun sila sa Duterte Street dun sa kung saan naka-detain si former President Rodrigo Duterte. Pauline?
So, Mac, dyan ba kanya-kanyang pag-monitor sila nung confirmation of charges hearing or may monitor ba kung saan mapapanood nila ito ng sabay-sabay?
Kanina, nung nag-iikot tayo dito, kanya-kanya silang cellphone na habang kanya-kanya silang panood through their cellphones yung hearing habang sinasagwa dito sa loob ng ICC.
Okay, Mac, baka pwede mo kaming iikot dyan kung anong nakikita mo. Baka pwedeng i-flip natin yung camera mo kasi alam kong magaling kang cameraman din, di ba? Ikaw nga yung vigilante natin ng News 5. So, pakiikot naman kami. Anong nakikita dyan?
Sige.
Yung,
sige, flip natin yung... Yes, flip natin yung camera.
Ayan.
Yan. Andito yung mga placards. Yan. Yung placards yan dyan. Then, going forward, andito yung viral na standing ni PRRD. Ito siya.
Okay.
Yan.
Mac, ba't may mga barricade?
Hindi yan barricade, parang ano lang yan, para lang ma-contain lang yung area.
Okay.
Hindi siya totally barricade. Tapos pupunta kita doon sa sa part kung saan yung may food. Andito rin kumakain si Attorney Sal Panelo.
Ay, nandyan si attorney ngayon. Lumabas muna siya.
Yes, lumabas muna siya. At andito si Attorney Sal, kumakain si Attorney Sal ngayon. Yan si attorney. Yan.
Nakikisalo si Attorney Sal sa mga supporters. Yung iba bang mga abogado ni President Duterte, nasan?
Ano natin si Attorney Sal? Nakalive tayo na. I-flip lang yung camera. Okay. Attorney Sal, Pauline from News 5, kumustahin lang namin kung ano yung nangyari po dun sa loob, sir.
Edi, yung prosecution, nilatag yung kanilang kaso lamang President Duterte. In defense naman, sinagot ang mga allegation nila.
We're very hopeful naman po, sir, na magiging positive po yung results po.
Ako kasi ibang theory ako sa depensa. Para sa akin, gusto ko marinig yung depensa. Nakikwestiyon nila yung jurisdiction. Bakit kayo nakikialam sa bansa namin o sa bansa ni Presidente Duterte? Kasi yung inyong Rome Statute na lumikha sa inyo ay nagsasabi na makakapasok lang kayo sa isang bansa na miyembro kung walang kakayahan itong umusig. Meron naman kaming kakayahan. Dalawang presidente pinakulong namin. Dalawang senador pinakulong namin. Yung isang senador, pinakulong uli namin. Isang presidente, sinipa namin. Libo-libo ang pinakulong namin. Sa lahat ng uri ng mga kriminal, kinabit ito. Ibig sabihin, malusog kami, may kakayahan kami. Ba't kayo pumapasok? Wala kayong jurisdiction. Illegal ang ginagawa nyo. Whether sa batas namin o sa batas na lumikha sa inyo. Illegal ang ginawa nyo.
Okay, Pauline, wait lang Hindi ko na didisturbuhan si Attorney Pal kasi kakain muna siya. Pasensya na. Break kasi kailangan niyang kumain. Thank you po, Attorney Sal. Enjoy po your food. Ito yung Ito yung, yan yung area. Kung saan sila kumakain. Alright. Pauline, may tanong ka ba? Yun muna later dito sa, sa labas ng ICC.
Oh, Mac, pinapatanong ano daw kinakain nila dyan.
Okay, wait lang. I-slip ko. Wait. Okay. Ang kinakain ni Attorney Sal ay chicken and dinuguan.
Aba.
Yung initial thoughts nyo when it comes to the person.
Ayan. So, chicken and dinuguan. Mukhang hininda talaga yan ng mga supporters at nakikisalo itong si Attorney Panelo sa kanila. Alam naman natin may 90-minute break ngayon. Ang hearing, ang chamber. Ang ibang mga abogado ni former President Duterte, Mac, nandyan din ba?
Hindi natin siya nakita. Dito yung ibang counsel, yung legal team. Si Attorney Sal lang ang nakita natin na lumabas dito sa area ng mga taga-suporta ni former President.
Okay. O sige, Mac, baka pwede mo pa kami i-tour, Anong banda dyan sa kaliwa mo?
Sige. Okay. Dito sa kabila ay may mga kasamaan tayo sa foreign media. Still more supporters. Yung iba, ayan sila, medyo nilalamig. Nandun sila nag-chill. Ayan, ang iba nating bangan. If you want, magtatanong-tanong ulit ako kung ano yung mga sentiments ulit nila. Sige. Hi ma'am, ako si Mac, Pauline from News 5. Just want to hear your thoughts about or sentiment about this hearing. Kumusta po kayo ngayon? Ano pa yung mga sentiments natin?
Speechless po kami kasi nasad kami sa sinabi po ni attorney na nawala na yung memory ni Tatay D. Pero andito pa din po kami, mga Duterte supporters na talagang dito kami hanggang sa dulo. We support Tatay Digong until makauwi siya sa Pilipinas.
Okay, habang patuloy na hearing, dito pa rin araw-araw?
Dito pa rin po kami, everyday po kami nandito, umulan, umaraw, mag-snowman. Ang mga Pilipino po sa buong mundo ay nandito po for Tatay Digong.
Thank you po, ma'am. Salamat po. Thank you po. Narinig mo yan Pauline, very hopeful sila at everyday daw, nandito pa rin sila hanggang matapos daw yung hearing. So, supportan pa rin nila si former President Rodrigo Duterte. Pauline?
So mukhang importante sa kanila, Mac, kahit yung presence lang nila na nandyan sila to show their support sa dating Pangulo. Pero sa kabilang panig, meron din ba, nasan yung mga pamilya ng mga biktima? Sila ba ay nasa labas ng International Criminal Court?
Kanina, after nila dito mag-program, umalis na sila. Pero doon sa area kung saan yung opening ng doon sa entrance ng ICC, wala rin doon na mga anti Duterte. Itong area kasi nito, itong area na tinatawag nila ICC steps, nandito lahat ng mga pro Duterte supporters. Pero doon sa kabila, parang hindi natin nakita after nila magprograma.
Okay, Mac, walk us through, gaano ba ka-tight din yung security dyan sa ICC? No? Ikaw personally, na-try mo bang pumasok at makadalo din sa hearing mismo?
Actually, kumuha ako ng badge. May badge dapat ako dun sa loob. Kaso nga lang, marami akong mamimiss dito pag pumasok ako dun sa loob. Nasa loob si Angela, siya yung nag-monitor doon. Ako naman dito sa crowd. Hindi naman siya mahigpit yung security dito. Actually, relax nga siya eh. Wala akong nakitang medyo na parang security kasi parang wala naman tension after nagprograma nung anti-Duterte. Nagkasalubong sila ng mga pro-Duterte. There's no tension at all. Parang mas relax ngayon. Parang I see the respect for the both camps.
Oo. Mac, alam kong marami ka nang na-cover sa iyong career, bilang journalist na rin. How would you describe ba itong moment na ito sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa? Ikaw, you personally, nandyan ka sa ICC, nakakausap mo, parehong panig. Ano yung significance ng moment na ito?
Ang isa lang nagtatak sa akin dito ngayon, kasi di ba, before parang medyo tensionado, parang mas na-feel ko ngayon yung parang respeto nila kung ano man yung mga pinaglalaban nila, mag-pro ka man or mag-anti, parang they show their respect for each other sa dito, yung nararanasan ko dito. Parang yun ang yung significant, parang kung ano man yung parang prinsipyo mo, kung ano man yung ipinaglalaban mo, as long as na parang wala ka naman tinatapakan sa iba, parang yun lang, parang they respect each other. Yun na nakita ko rito ngayon.
All right, well, thank you very much for your reporting. We're gonna let you go. Alam ko marami ka pang i-cover dyan. So maraming salamat para sa report mo. That was News 5 Vigilante, Mac Ortiz reporting live from the Netherlands. Now, we're gonna give you more updates when we return. This is the Duterte ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. Keep it here. Welcome back. You're still watching Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges hearing, a special coverage here on One News. Now, there are three outcomes from the confirmation of charges hearing. Scenario 1 is if there is sufficient evidence to confirm the charges, Duterte will need to remain in detention to face a full trial that may lead to his conviction or acquittal. Scenario 2, if there is insufficient evidence to support the charges, the pre-trial Chamber 1 will stop the proceedings against Duterte, and the judges shall then give orders on the next steps, including the possible release of Duterte from his detention as the warrant of arrest lapses. And Scenario 3 is if the ICC pre-trial Chamber 1 will adjourn the hearing and request the Office of the Prosecutor to provide further evidence to conduct further investigations or to amend any charges for which the evidence submitted appears to establish a crime other than the one charged was committed. But here's a note, neither side can automatically appeal the outcome because any appeal would require authorization from the pre-trial chamber. Now at this point, let's get more insights from Bayan President Renato Reyes. He joins us on the line this evening. Sir, good evening to you.
Hi, good evening.
Okay, so first of all, what is your reaction on the opening statements presented today before the pre-trial chamber?
Well, of course, everybody acknowledges this is a historic moment for the Philippines, especially for the victims. And it is quite chilling the way that the prosecutors presented their opening statements, detailing how a national network functioned to carry out the drug war policies and how the different pronouncements coming from the president emboldened the commission of human rights violations on such a wide scale that has not been seen in decades. So we feel for the victims, this is mainly for them, and we look forward that the case will move to the next stage and that the trial will ultimately begin.
And in your opinion, sir, do you think the prosecution fully encapsulated the systemic war on drugs of the former president in the argument that they presented earlier? Because they really built their case around the structure, diba, yung common plan na sinasabi.
Yeah.
And but is that enough to prove intent on the part of the former president?
Well, I think what's important in the presentation that we heard today was that the president himself issued the orders, gave very clear, unambiguous statements regarding how he wanted to carry out the war on drugs. That the president himself gave statements that incited the state security forces to carry out killings, and how these killings are rewarded in the course of the operation. So the strongest evidence would be the statements of the president himself and the way that the whole program was carried out by the state security forces as a reflection or implementation of the statements made by the president.
Mm-hmm. We did hear the prosecutor arguing that Mr. Duterte didn't even make it a secret. He made a lot of public statements where he said that he vows to implement the common plan during his presidency. He declared his intention to eradicate corruption and drugs in 3 to 6 months. Sabi pa niya that he will be ordering the military and police to hunt down the drug lords and the big ones and kill them. So that's where the prosecution anchored their arguments. But as expected, what the defense did is to contest that, right, sir? Sinabi nila these are just inflated statements. It's all rhetoric. What did you make of the argument of the defense?
Well, it's really hard to just dismiss the statements as hyperbole or exaggerations, because these are statements that are coming from the highest official of the land, the commander-in-chief. So any reasonable person would consider the statements made by the president as the official policy. It cannot be just simply dismissed as hyperbole or that the president was only joking. We cannot consider these statements as mere jokes when the effect is clear people died, thousands died. So the statements correspond to actual reality, to actual implementation. It cannot be anything other than clear policy statements and orders emanating from the highest official of the land.
And what did you make of what Attorney Joel Butuyan presented to the chamber earlier? He anchored his statements heavily on the human impact, the human implications of what the former president did. He even said that the truth will be the antidote to impunity. What did you make of that, sir?
Well, I think it's very important that the entire proceedings are anchored on the experiences of the victims. We're not just talking about statistics. We're not just looking at numbers. We have to see the actual human cost, the effects, the impact that the killings have had on families, on people, on young people who died in the course of the drug war. So it's clear, these are not just numbers. There are real people who were victimized, and it's important that the entire proceedings would be anchored on the experiences of the victims.
But notably absent from the proceedings is none other than the former president. Is this move to waive his appearance, you think that's a good one, a strategic move, or the consequences outweigh that?
Well, I think from the perspective of the lawyers and the communicators of the former president, they would want to maintain this aura of defiance, refusal to recognize the jurisdiction of the ICC over his person. So on one hand, they're saying that we remain valiant, but on the other hand, they're saying that he's old, he's frail, he's sickly. So there's also that aspect of trying to get some public sympathy, even as he tries to portray himself as a defiant person who is just being persecuted unjustly by the ICC.
Well, as we reported earlier, sir, there are three possible outcomes after the confirmation of charges hearing. What do you foresee, just basing it on the opening statements that the three parties delivered earlier today?
Well, of course, being advocates of the victims, we would really want this to move forward and serve as a lesson for future leaders that this kind of impunity cannot last forever. It is important that we achieve justice and closure on this issue so that such atrocities would never be repeated in the Philippines. So let's hope for the best and let's continue supporting the victims who are fighting for justice for their families.
Do you think the arguments and evidence presented will hurdle the court's requirement of sufficiency in the evidence?
I think the prosecutors have done a meticulous job, and that there are witnesses, there are people who can testify as to the existence of a policy. So I think, the prosecutors will be able to hurdle the requirements for the case to move forward.
But then again, there's that question, Sir, if the metaphorical language of the former president could already amount to intent to kill. I think that's one of the important questions that will need to be answered here, the confirmation of charges hearing, because the burden of proving that the accused here had the intent is on the prosecution, and it's the defense's job to just counter that and to belie that. So do you think mapuprove yan in the end?
Well, again, as I said, we have to connect the actual statements to the actual outcome. So if the statements were to kill, 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 and the outcome is thousands of people being killed, then clearly there is a connection between the pronouncement and the actual policy implementation. It is really hard to hide behind the issue of hyperbole and exaggeration when actual people, thousands, died in the course of his presidency. So I think any reasonable person can see the connection between the language and statements of the president and how the drug war was carried out by the state forces.
And where are you monitoring the hearings from, sir? Are you with any of the families of the victims tonight?
Now we're here. We're here in the Philippines. We're monitoring online, and we are in close contact with our colleagues, Attorney Colmenares, Attorney Conti, Karapatan Secretary General Cristina Palavay, and the victims' family. So our members are also mobilizing in The Hague, in the Netherlands, and of course here in Manila, there are also members of Bayan who are closely monitoring the events, and we're in a watch viewing event in UP this afternoon.
And are there plans to continue convening together? Because this is a 4-day proceeding. So may mga plano po ba na magkaroon ng watch parties or pagtitipon until Friday?
Yep, we are prepared for that, and we will closely monitor and continue viewing the proceedings online until the end. And we are all hoping, together with the victims and their families, that this case will finally move forward and achieve justice for all of them.
And finally, sir, my question is, what's the significance of this confirmation of charges hearing today? It has finally happened. It's been delayed for about 5 months. It's been a year since former President Duterte was surrendered to The Hague in the Netherlands, but finally the arguments are being presented. The side of the victims are being heard before this international tribunal. How significant is this moment, especially for the victims?
Well, this is a watershed moment for the Philippines, especially in our fight against impunity. Remember that the president, in congressional hearings, he challenged the ICC to come after him, to get him. Sasampalin ko sila was what he said. He was clearly, at that time, unbothered by any action or possible repercussions of his drug war policy. He was very belligerent during his appearance in Congress. But, of course, things quickly changed when he was taken to The Hague. So that is really a lesson for current and future leaders that you cannot carry out impunity forever, and there will always be a time of reckoning for these kinds of acts, and this is what is happening right now. So we have to make sure that this reaches its logical conclusion and that such atrocities would never happen again in the Philippines.
All right. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us this evening. That was Bayan President Renato Reyes. Well, as mentioned, 3 women judges are leading Duterte's confirmation hearing. Judge Ayula Botoc is the presiding judge. She is a former judge of European Court of Human Rights and a special rapporteur of the United Nations for the Democratic of Congo, which reports crimes against humanity and war crimes. The second judge is Ren Alapini Gansu. She chaired the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for 12 years. She was also the special rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders in the continents. The last judge is Socorro Flores Liera. Before joining the ICC, she served in a high position in the Mexican Foreign Service. She was also the vice president of the court's Human Rights Council in 2020. So again, we are still in the midst of a 90-minute break in the confirmation of charges hearing of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Earlier this afternoon, we already saw the prosecution, the common legal representatives of the victims, and the defense presenting their opening statements before these 3 judges that we just mentioned in pre-trial Chamber 1. But it's important to note here that the purpose of this hearing is very specific. It's not to determine the guilt of the former president. It's to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds for this to move on to a full-blown trial. And this process is quite unique to the ICC. It's a unique filtering process, unlike here in the Philippines in our legal system where probable cause is enough to move to a trial. Here in the ICC, they will be determining first if there is sufficient evidence to move forward. to trial. Okay, for now, we're going to take a quick break. This is still the ICC confirmation of charges hearing, a special coverage. Be back. Welcome back. You're still watching Duterte ICC confirmation of charges hearing, a special coverage here on One News. Malacanang has denied lead counsel of the defense, Nicholas Kaufman's statement that President Bongbong Marcos is allegedly trying to neutralize Duterte's legacy. And we now have on the phone Palace Press Officer Undersecretary Claire Castro. Good evening, Yusek.
Yes, good evening, Pauline. Good morning. Good evening to all our viewers there.
Okay, Yusek, ano po ba ang reaksyon ng palasyo doon sa naging opening statements, lalo na po ng defense kanina?
Hindi naman kataka-taka, Pauline. Ever since naman yan na ang isinisigaw ng kampo ni dating Pangulong Duterte at mukhang ina-adapt lang ng abogado niyang si Atty. Kaufman. Lumalabas kasi dito, Pauline, na walang kaalam-alam itong si Atty. Kaufman ng katotohanan. Dahil sabi nga natin, mukhang siya yung may lumalabas na siya yung may severe cognitive impairment as kumpara sa kanyang kliyente. Dahil mukhang nakalimutan niya na as early as 2017, nakafile yung kaso na yan. And at that time, Pauline, si Pangulong Marcos Jr., private citizen pa. So papaano sasabihin niya na ang purpose nito para man-neutralize ang mga Duterte or let's say the Duterte legacy. Hindi ito ang magandang depensa sa kanyang kliyente. Lumalabas dito na inaamin niya ang patayan at gina-justify lang niya ang pagpatay na yon ni dating Pangulong Duterte. At Paulina, huwag natin kalimutan ang isa sa lawyers dyan, si Silvestre Bello III. He admitted that Duterte killed somebody by throwing that person out of the helicopter. Mismong tao niya, nandiyan dyan, sa lawyer, umamin, pumatay si dating Pangulong Duterte. Mukhang hindi alam ni Kaufman yung mga ganong klaseng istorya. Kaya, instead of giving a concrete evidence for his own client, he's just pointing fingers at other people para lang ma-justify yung pagpatay ng kanyang kliyente.
At Yusek Castro, mukhang ang nagiging argumento kasi dito ng defense, pawang rhetoric lang naman ang mga public pronouncements ng dating Pangulo and they were taken out of context at wala namang intent si former President Duterte na pumatay doon sa kanyang war on drugs. Ano pong reaksyon ng palasyo doon?
Hindi, sa atin lang, siyempre, ito ay kanilang mga diskusyonan yan. Ang Pangulo naman at ang Ehekutibo ay hindi tayo makikialam kung anong argumento nila dito. Huwag lang nilang idadamay ang pangalan ng Pangulo dito at magsisinungaling sila. Kung ang argumento niya, pamumulitika ito, definitely not on our part, not on the part of the President. And kung sinasabi niya na taken out of context, maybe he should have reviewed all the admissions made by his own client under oath. It was done under oath before the Senate and before the House of Representatives. Ang daming mga admissions dyan. And even before the media and journalists, ang daming inadmit ng Pangulo. He should have studied them so that mas maganda ang kanyang depensa.
Kanina, Yusek Claire, may nabanggit itong si Atty. Kaufman ng alleged phone call. Sabi niya na one of the parties was boasting about how he was acting as the silent partner of President Marcos managing a scheme to funnel witnesses to the court, all the while ensuring that he could guarantee President BBM's plausible deniability. Ano po bang masasabi niyo po doon?
Alam mo si Kaufman na nagiging source lagi na ng fake news yan. So, walang katotohanan yan. Ang mahirap magbintang, prove niya. Attorney pa naman siya.
So, wala pong knowledge ang to any of this phone call na ina-allege po ng abogado ni dating Pangulo?
Ni dating Pangulo? Abogado ni dating Pangulo?
Abogado.
Who is that?
Si Kaufman po. So,
who is he referring to? Na phone call.
There apparently, Yusek, it seems there's this phone call between 4 parties whose identities he did not disclose. Pero sabi niya, silent partner daw ni PBBM yung nagsabi sa kanya nito.
Pauline, they can make up stories. They can create stories. We know these people are sources of fake news. How can we believe in them?
So ano po, Yusek Claire, ang nababasa niyong strategy nitong defense team? Kasi mukhang sa kanilang opening statement pa lang, dinadawit nila ang ating Pangulo, si BBM.
Okay, kung ano man ang depensa niya, we don't care. Ang sa atin lang dito, wag niya lang dadamay ang Pangulo dahil puro yan kasinungalingan. Kung anong depensa niya, sa atin ngayon, wala tayong nakikitang matatag, matibay na ebidensya para mapakita niyang walang kasalanan ang dating Pangulong Duterte. But still, sabi nga natin, ang Pangulo ay hindi makikialam dyan. Wag lang idadamay ang pangalan niya. At ang administrasyon na ito.
Bukod kay Attorney Kaufman, Yusek Claire, nandun din po si Attorney Sal Panelo at para sa kanya, ang gusto niya talagang i-argue pa rin dito sa kaso ni former President Duterte ay yung jurisdiction ng ICC. Ano po ba masasabi ng administrasyon tungkol dyan? Because nangyari po ito last year kung saan sinurrender ang dating Pangulo po sa Interpol.
That's why even Attorney Panelo does not believe in Kaufman. Hindi niya gusto yung strategy ni Kaufman. So dapat magkasundo sila sa ganyan. If they will be talking about jurisdiction, then so be it. But I believe ICC had already ruled upon that issue on jurisdiction. So I don't know if they can still rate that up.
Yusek, binabantayan po ba ng Pangulo ang proceedings ngayon sa ICC?
Hindi siya nagbabantay. Hindi siya nagmo-monitor. Pero kailangan na siya ma-update. Maraming trabaho yung Pangulo. Especially tomorrow, puno-punong events ang Pangulo.
At ano naman po sa tingin nyo, Yusek, ang magiging implikasyon ng confirmation of charges hearing doon sa panig ng mga biktima? Sinabi nila na dapat matuloy itong charges, ang trial ng dating Pangulo kasi kung makabalik daw si former President Duterte sa Pilipinas, this will continue the culture of impunity in the Philippines. Sabi po ni Attorney Joel Butuyan.
Naipakita kasi ni Atty. Butuyan yung sitwasyon ng mga nabiktima, di umano, nabiktima. So, pinapalagay niya kung bakit kailangan nandiyan yung kaso sa ICC at bakit kailangan na dyan dinggin. The problem with naman Atty. Kaufman, lumalabas kasi dito, if you can feel his message, parang walang puso. Ang sabi niya, yung mga kasalanan pa nga ng media, hyperbole lang yung mga pagkakasabi at may mga pictures ng mga family grieving na parang wala siyang sentiment, wala siyang nararamdaman doon sa mga namatayan. So tingin ko talaga dapat dito mapakita rin ng sa taong bayan kung ano yung sitwasyon ng mga di umanong biktima. Both sides dapat makita natin. Kasi ang nakikita natin karamihan ngayon sa mga nagte-take ng discussion dito, parang puro rights ng akusado yung nakikita at nadidinig, especially sa mga social media. But yung nararamdaman ng mga kababayan natin na di umanong biktima, ang mga kamag-anak nila ay hindi namatay, kundi pinatay, mukhang na-bring up yun ni Atty. Butuyan.
Alright, well, maraming salamat po for taking the time to talk to us this evening. That was Palace Press Officer Undersecretary Claire Castro.
Thank you, Pauline.
Right, now at this point, we're going to turn you over to the confirmation of charges hearing at the ICC.
Honors, my name is Julian Nichols, and good afternoon to you and to my colleagues on the other side and to everybody in the courtroom. Your Honors, we're here today because the evidence shows, despite what we heard for the last 30 minutes before the break, that Mr. Duterte murdered thousands of his own people, Filipino men, women, and children. He was at the center of a common plan, which included the murder of alleged criminals throughout the Philippines. The plan was first implemented in Mr. Duterte's hometown of Davao. While mayor, he promised to clean up the city by killing alleged criminals. He kept that promise, and he murdered hundreds through so-called liquidation squads, death squads. These liquidation squads became notoriously known colloquially as the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. After years, 2 decades, of murdering alleged criminals as mayor of Davao, it became clear to him that this political strategy could be leveraged for higher office and for more power, the presidency. And that is exactly what he did. During his campaign to be president, Mr. Duterte expressly promised many times that he would kill criminals if elected. He claimed that Davao was Exhibit A in why he should be elected, and he pledged that if he won, he would expand the killings nationwide. He won, and that is what he did. And as you will hear tomorrow from Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Croft, the murders skyrocketed in the months immediately after Mr. Duterte became president in June 2016. And that was no coincidence. That was him fulfilling his campaign pledge. As president, he murdered thousands using many of the same co-perpetrators and methods from his time as mayor of Davao. So he moved the method and some of the co-perpetrators to Manila in order to expand the crimes. The victims in this case ranged from powerful individuals to predominantly the poorest citizens of the Philippines. Now, why were the poor selected and victimized? Well, it was often because they were the most vulnerable, and they didn't have the families and the power to make police reports, and they were the most afraid. Mr. Duterte boasted about the killings that resulted in thousands of deaths at his order, and not once at any time has he shown any remorse. He promised also, you will hear, to take responsibility, personal responsibility, for the killings, if need be. Well, that time has come. We are confident that if your honors confirm the charges in this case, that we will prevail and Mr. Duterte will be convicted at trial. Let me talk a little bit about what my friend, one of the things he said during his 30 minutes. In our presentation today, you will hear Mr. Duterte, in his own words, calling for killings, bragging about killings, and as I said, vowing to take responsibility for those killings, if necessary. And the defense, I have in my outline, may claim, but they already have, the defense claimed that this is hyperbole, bluster, exaggeration, part of his blunt or direct strongman political speech, which had brought him political success in Davao and then nationwide. And the defense will also point your honors to many instances where Mr. Duterte and his allies tried to build a veneer, a kind of fig leaf of plausible deniability by sprinkling in references to the effect that the police should only shoot to kill in self-defense. Those references to self-defense appear throughout Mr. Duterte's speeches. They're all over the place. We don't run away from that. We don't shy away from that. That's part of our theory. So the defense will say, and again, they already have, that we've cherry-picked the statements we show you, but we have not. We acknowledge these many references to self-defense in Mr. Duterte's speeches. But the evidence which is in our pre-confirmation brief, and some of which will lead today, overwhelmingly shows that those references to self-defense and following the law and to due process are nothing but nonsense. Keep in mind, as mayor, he created a death squad. A leader who creates, leads, arms, and funds a death squad is not interested in due process. or following the law. Those empty utterances were simply Mr. Duterte, who's chosen not to be here today. Those were simply him acting as the former prosecutor, trying to build in some semblance of a defense, preparing for the day, should it ever come, as it now has, that he would be held to account. It was to give his lawyers something to say. But look at it over here, where I said don't shoot except in self-defense. The reality is that Mr. Duterte's message was clear, and it was understood by the perpetrators, and it was followed. That message was, commit murder at my direction, and I will protect you, I will pay you, I will promote you. And that's what happened. And I'll say this as well, Your Honors. For purposes of this confirmation hearing, disregard every speech ever made by Mr. Duterte. Throw them all out. There is still ample evidence of substantial grounds based on the other evidence which we have put on our list of evidence. And the evidence as a whole, when you weigh it together, will show that what my friend said is not correct, that Mr. Duterte intended for his subordinates to follow the law, and that he was interested, and that his speeches were simply bluster. I'll talk briefly now about the charges in the case. As the deputy prosecutor stated, we have 49 incidents, totaling 76 murder victims and 2 victims of attempted murder. And of course, those are expanded upon in our pretrial brief, or PCB. Now, as my friends said in the LRV, while there are countless victims who've experienced harm as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, we have focused the charges in this case to these 49 incidents and these number of victims in order to ensure that this trial can be expeditious and that it can be efficient and that it won't go on for years and years. So these charged murders are emblematic. They're representative of Mr. Duterte's larger killing campaign. I was going to talk about the legal standard for today, but Your Honors explained it extremely clearly in the beginning of the introduction, so I won't go into it, other than to say, of course, the standard we have to meet is substantial grounds, which I am confident we will. The only thing I would add is that this stage of the proceedings, in addition to not being a mini trial or a trial before a trial, it's also not the time for the chamber to in-depth determine the credibility of witnesses. That can only properly be addressed at trial by the trial chamber when the witnesses are called to testify before the judges and their evidence is properly tested. And there I would point, Your Honors, to the Said confirmation decision, 9 December 2021, at paragraph 39. I'll move on now. We can go to the next slide, James. I'll talk a little bit about Mr. Duterte's background. He was born on the 28th of March, 1945, and he prides himself, or portrays himself at least, as someone who understands the problems of the poor. But as my friend stated, he actually comes from a very privileged family. His father was a lawyer, a politician, even a provincial governor. And as a young man, Mr. Duterte became a lawyer. He went to law school, practiced as a prosecutor in Davao City for almost a decade, from 1977 to 1986, and you find that in our pre-confirmation brief at paragraph 2. While he was a prosecutor, excuse me, he taught criminal law and procedure to police officers in Davao City. And despite this privileged background, despite his deep familiarity with the law and criminal law, Mr. Duterte embraced criminality from the beginning of his career. It's just one example. As a prosecutor, the evidence shows he taught police officers to plant evidence. And we can go to the next slide, please, James. I won't read the whole slide out, Your Honors. This is tab 57, PHL OTP 000-15506 R01. But this witness with direct knowledge stated, quote, "He's like planting of evidence. It is necessary," and the he is Duterte. He called it necessary evil. So they said that there are times in police work that you have to do the necessary evil for the sake of the common good, end quote. And I think you'll see, Your Honors, that that's a theme that runs through Mr. Duterte's career. He's willing to do whatever he considers the necessary evil, either for the common good or for his political advancement, or both. And Mr. Duterte confirmed years later, in 2024, when being questioned under oath during a hearing in the Philippines House of Representatives, that planting evidence was his strategy as mayor. Now, at first he denied it in this hearing, but then he admitted to planting evidence in this exchange. If we can go to the next slide. This is tab 46.1, Your Honors. Chairperson, quote, so you really did plant evidence. Mr. Duterte's answer, well, that was part of the strategy as a mayor and as a leader of the law enforcement agency in the city, end quote. His privilege, his legal background makes this betrayal of the law and embrace of murder even more inexcusable. He knew, as a lawyer, as a former prosecutor, that his so-called crackdown on crime was a criminal attack on civilians of the Philippines. And overwhelmingly, the evidence shows, on poor civilians. The poorest of the poor were his victims. He knew his conduct, at its core, was criminal. And not only did Mr. Duterte clearly intend his criminality, he openly bragged about it. Right up until his arrest, and we'll get to that later, but right up until his arrest, he bragged about it. He thrives on a tough guy persona or image that he's tried to create for himself. My friend talked about him riding motorcycles. Well, one example I'll show you is from 2007 now, if we could play that, James. And I should say this is tab 18.
Elite, never losing an election.
So, riding a Harley Davidson, shooting a semi-automatic pistol, this is the image he's trying to create from the beginning. He likes to pose with weapons. If we can go to the next one, James. This is tab 80. And here in this photo, which was published in a newspaper, you can see Mr. Duterte holding an assault rifle. And I'll just note that we also see in this photo, to the immediate left of the photo, Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Bato is the nickname. And to Mr. Duterte's immediate right, Isidro La Peña. And we'll hear more about them later. Even days before he was arrested, 3 days before he was transferred to The Hague, This tough guy persona was on display again during a speech in Hong Kong. He brushed off the possibility of an ICC arrest warrant, and he referred to the ICC, quote, as motherfuckers who have been after him for a long time, end quote. This is him on March 9th, 2025. If you could play that, James. This is tab 136.
Sa totoo lang, baka ang balita ko may warrant daw ako pag... Hindi, totoo. Yung sa ICC or something, matagal na akong hinahabol ng mga
That's him 3 days before coming to The Hague. Of course, after arriving in the Hague, his lawyers very soon began arguing that Mr. Duterte was not fit enough for these proceedings. He wasn't physically or mentally fit enough to be put on trial or for his charges to be confirmed. But fortunately, a panel of 3 medical experts that Your Honors appointed found unanimously that he is. The point is that despite what the defense may say, here or to the press, Mr. Duterte is perfectly fine. He's able to attend the proceedings today. There is nothing stopping him except that he doesn't want to be here. He chose not to face the court, not to face the victims. There is no reason for him not to be here other than his request and choice. I'll move on now briefly to his time as mayor in Davao, Your Honors. If we can quickly bring up the map, James. There we see Davao in the south. We can zoom in. I don't think there's any dispute where Davao is. He was first elected mayor of Davao City in 1988 and served as mayor for more than 20 years, between 88 and 2016. And as the deputy prosecutor has noted, jurisdiction for this case is 1st November 2011 to 16 March 2019. We're limited to that jurisdiction. So that is the period we will concentrate on today, although of course before and after may be relevant. As mayor of Davao, Mr. Duterte promised a crackdown on crime. To quote, crackdown, end quote, on crime and drugs, Mr. Duterte created liquidation squads, death squads, made up both of Davao City police officers as well as non-police officers who were essentially hired hitmen, hired killers. And this system of his became known as the Davao model. The Davao model was murder, not being tough on crime legally, as my friend said. And you have to think, it's a little strange cracking down on crime by committing the crime of murder. Of course, Mr. Duterte did not commit these crimes alone. We discussed the co-perpetrators, including during the mayoral period, in our pre-confirmation brief, Your Honors. And you'll find that at paragraphs 8 to 23. I'll talk about just a few of them now, just to introduce them. First, if we go to the slide, thank you. Ronald Bato de la Rosa, who was a chief of the Davao City Police Office, or DCPO, from 2012 to 2013. Next, Vicente Danao, another police chief in Davao during the period. Next, Christopher Bong Go, who was Mr. Duterte's aide, special assistant, and important advisor from 1998 to 2016 for the Davao period and then continued later in the presidency. Mr. Dante Guiaran, Regional Director of the National Bureau of Investigation. And finally, Italiano Aguirre, who is a lawyer for Mr. Duterte and for some of the DDS members during the mayoral period. And Ms. Croft will discuss these co-perpetrators and their roles in more depth in her presentation, which will be tomorrow. Let me talk now a little bit about the structure of the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. And as we say in our brief, it's a pyramidal structure. If we go, James, to the next one. Again, this colloquially became known as the Davao Death Squad, and it had a hierarchical pyramid-like structure. At the very top, as mayor, Rodrigo Duterte. And as mayor, he had, of course, de jure control over the Davao police. And the evidence shows, para 34, we talk about this in our brief, he also had de facto control. Under him were co-perpetrators, some of whom I have mentioned. The co-perpetrators had different roles, but one of them was to relay orders and instructions down from Mr. Duterte to the DDS handlers, and also to relay reports back up to Mr. Duterte. So a typical chain of command. The instructions go down, the reports go up. And the handlers were responsible for the different death squads, or DDS members. And at the very bottom, the lowest rung, the DDS members who actually perpetrated the killings, who carried out physically the murders. And they were made up of both police officers, who were generally lower level police officers, as well as non-police persons who were hired. These members at the bottom were often recruited because they had a debt or owed something to Mr. Duterte or the police, and they could therefore be controlled. And those members at the very bottom were at risk themselves, because if they did not follow orders, or if they tried to leave the DDS, they could be tortured or killed, or both. And there is evidence of that in this case. I'll talk now just for a few moments about the founding of the DDS, Duterte's death squad, the genesis of the death squads. One witness described his initiation into the DDS. He described it happening in 1988 at a dinner meeting in a hotel in Davao City. And this was a huge deal for this witness. I mean, it was almost unimaginable being invited to a dinner in a hotel in the center of Davao where he was going to meet the mayor. Mr. Duterte was present, and he openly told the new members of the death squad he was forming that their job was to kill criminals. If we can go to the next slide, James. This is tab 50, Your Honors. This is what the witness recalls of the meeting. Quote, he, Duterte, told us that your job here in the city would be to kill the drug pushers, the snatchers, and the holduppers. That's what our job is going to be, end quote. And in private, with his paid killers, Mr. Duterte didn't say anything about self-defense. He then provided these death squad members with guns and ammunition, and again, in a festive way, a basket was passed around filled with handguns, and the new members could pull one out, like getting a prize. So they would each have a weapon for their new job. It was a celebratory event for Mr. Duterte. The witness explained Mr. Duterte was happy at this dinner meeting. He was laughing, and he even sprayed a bottle of champagne to celebrate. That's at para 5 for our PCB. One witness recalls, we can go to the next slide, James, thank you. Recalled of this event, quote, he, Duterte again, said it was like a baptismal, like a launching. He was very happy at that moment, end quote. That's tab 51. Mr. Duterte was very happy at the birth of the DDS. It's important to note, Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has freely admitted his role in the Davao death squad. He doesn't deny it. Well, now he does, but he did not before he came here. During an interview with a local news station in 2015, he admitted that he is the Davao death squad. And if we could play that now, please, James. This is tab
ako dong death
11.
squad.
So how do you react to that?
Tinood. Tinood na.
They say I'm the death squad. True. That's true. You know, Your Honors, in some ways, this case is not exactly complicated. That's not the only time Mr. Duterte admitted his role with the death squad. He repeated under oath that he had a death squad at the Blue Ribbon Committee in the Philippine Senate in 2024, about 10 years after the clip we just saw. However, in this exchange, he denied that the death squad included police officers in some type of apparent effort to protect them. This is tab 41.1, if you could bring it up, please. Mr. Duterte, under oath, quote, I can make the confession now if you want. I really took care of it. But please don't involve the police. They're the ones who suffer, sir. I have a death squad, but not the police. These were gangsters. He says it again. In the same hearing, he confirms this admission. We go to the next one, please. Tab 41.1. The senator asks, quote, so what the former president dropped earlier, that they have a death squad, was a bombshell. Whatever name it goes by, whether police or non-police. Because it looks like what we are investigating now is the instrument used for the war on drugs, which led to numerous extrajudicial killings. For the record, Mr. Chair. End quote. Mr. Duterte's response, quote, you are correct, ma'am. You are absolutely right. End quote. It's not on a slide, but he also stated bluntly, same tab, 41.1, same hearing, quote, my death squad, ma'am, is of course, it is organized. That's all I can say, end quote. So that is 4 times, 3 of them under oath, that he admitted having a death squad in Davao, including saying he is the death squad. That's not hyperbole. That's not bluster. That's him telling the truth when he feels safe. And that he can bank on his continued impunity. Talk just for a few moments now, Your Honors, about how the Davao Death Squad operated under its architect, Mr. Duterte. Victims were usually targeted in one of 2 ways. Sometimes an informant would provide information on a target, and the handler would then get clearance from Mr. Duterte through one of the co-perpetrators in the pyramid we saw earlier to kill the target. Sometimes Mr. Duterte himself would give the target's name, would say who to kill, which would be communicated by one of the co-perpetrators to a handler, and then down to the DDS member tasked with actually carrying out the killing. But whichever way it took place, Mr. Duterte's clearance, his approval was required, his permission was required for DDS members to conduct these murders. And several witnesses confirmed that, and I'll go through them in a minute. But first, Your Honor, just to react to something my friend said in the previous session. This was at I think 12:22 onwards on the transcript. He stated to the effect, the prosecution couldn't even get one witness to admit they heard Rodrigo Duterte give an order to kill. Here's where it gets a little bit cute. At any time relevant to the charges or with respect to any of the incidents. So my friend didn't say the prosecution doesn't have any witness who heard Mr. Duterte give an order to kill. He's saying during this time period. I'd point Your Honors and my friend to PHL OTP 000 15517 at page 0002, lines 18 to 21, where a witness is asked, now did you ever hear Sarah, this is Sarah Duterte, give any instructions for killings to take place? Witness, personally no. Interviewer, okay. Witness, but the father, of course, many times. But this was before 2011. I would suggest that doesn't make much difference. Going back to the confirmations of his clearance, if we could go to next slide. Yes. This is tab 35, Your Honors. A witness stated, quote, only one person was making the decisions. You had to ask Duterte. Because if we didn't make that request, if we didn't ask for authorization, we would be chased or we would be pursued. End quote. Another witness stated, if we go to the next one, please. Tab 58, quote, we cannot conduct a clearing or killing operations without his clearance. Speaking of Mr. Duterte, we called it clearance, end quote. Finally, on the next slide, perhaps the simplest, the witness recalled, quote, a different witness recalled, quote, you cannot just kill anyone in Davao City without Duterte's approval. Otherwise, you will be charged, end quote. It's tab 117. In exchange for carrying out the murders as directed, the DDS members would be paid reward money. One witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, James, he recalled, this is tab 56, quote, every kill, the first reward money, to my recall, it was $10,000 per kill, end quote. And in addition to paying rewards for specific murders to the person who carried out the murder, Mr. Duterte also paid some of the DDS hitmen who were not police officers salaries by making them false employees of City Hall that he ran as mayor. These were so-called ghost employees. They got ID, they received salaries from the city of Davao, they were put on the books, but it was all a ruse because their only job was to kill. So it was Mr. Duterte using the city government and the apparatus to fund his death squad. He also, I'll just note quickly, provided death squad members with firearms, as I talked about earlier at the beginning of the DDS, but also with vehicles and ammunition so that they could carry out their crimes. We'll go to count one now, and I'll talk just a little bit about count one. And Mr. Jeremy will talk about counts 2 and 3 tomorrow. Count one is in relation to murders in and around Davao City during the mayoral period by the DDS. It encompasses 9 incidents of murder by Mr. Duterte's death squad of 19 victims in total. 3 of those 19 victims were children. I'll go to just one quick example. Incident 3 in our pre-confirmation brief, murders in Agdao Market. I'm just going to go through one of them. Your Honors, this is at paragraphs 91 to 92 of our pre-confirmation brief and page 36 of the notebook we passed around this morning. Incident 3 is about the murders, or what happened in Incident 3 is the murder of 3 people in that market on or about 4 December 2013. Before carrying out the murders, 3 DDS members who we'll see received instructions from their handler that there was a job to be done. And the victims in this crime were 3 alleged thieves. So we have 3 hitmen and 3 victims. The informant helped the DDS hitmen to locate the targets, the victims, who were at a shop in Agdao Market that day. And when the hitmen reached the shop, each one shot and killed one of the targets and murdered them in broad daylight. After the killing, the hitmen reported back to their handler up the pyramid chain that the job was done. And their handler, in this case, then informed Sonny Buenaventura, who at that time was one of Mr. Duterte's most trusted men. The reward for this incident, for these 3 murders, was 90,000 pesos total. That's at our brief at para 91. Now, what's interesting about this incident is that a few weeks later, after the murders, a video of Mr. Duterte watching the crime on CCTV was posted to YouTube. And I'll show that video, Your Honors, in a minute. But in the video, you'll see Mr. Duterte standing in the CCTV room looking at a bank of television screens. The video then zooms in on the CCTV footage of the crime, and you see 3 DDS members walking up the street in the market. You see them turn to the right, pull out their guns, their pistols, shoot the 3 victims who are off the screen, and then they walk and jog away, and they don't look very worried. And the video then zooms out, and you see different people running to see what has happened because they've heard the shots. Okay, can we play that, please?
Sa Makati, ganito din.
At most 1 week sa gagawin. Katong patay sa Agdao. Sige, tanawin mo yun. Tanawin dua kalakaw. Kanawa. Fiskal, pati pamot ka sa imo. Pero magiging klaro. Tanawa na. Kaya, lupa dyan. May pagkita ni Esar Rosales. Karaka, kawanam. Sabihin na lang mo. Karaka. Larat, tulog. Ano ba? Tanong reaksyon sa mga tao. Dito, patay na. Ito.
And you have to wonder, if what my friend said is true, that Mr. Duterte is an honest mayor trying to solve crime, you have to wonder, Mr. Duterte portrayed himself as tough on crime, law and order enforcer. This triple murder was filmed. Mayor Duterte watched it himself. You can see the perpetrators shooting, committing the crime. Yet, Mr. Duterte, the former prosecutor, Mr. Tough on Crime, could not get this triple murder committed in a market in broad daylight with multiple eyewitnesses solved? Of course not, because it was his murder. And that brings me to the next point, which is clear. DDS members did not fear punishment because they were committed at Mr. Duterte's orders or direction. He authorized this Incident 3 killing and the others in Davao City. That's at our PCB, our brief, 71 to 72. And that's why, of course, the death squad members were not being arrested, worried about being arrested for the murders they carried out. And if we go to the next slide, James, one of them says very simply, quote, when asked if he's worried about being prosecuted for the killings he committed, his answer was, quote, no. As long as it has been cleared, I wouldn't worry. End quote. Tab 30. And it's highly understandable that the DDS members were not worried about being prosecuted for the murders they committed, because Mayor Duterte took pride in these killings. He was interviewed as mayor in late 2015, and a reporter put a question to him, asked him about a human rights group report which suggested that he had killed 700 people in Davao. I'll play the video and we'll see his response. You'll also see, just before we play that, Mr. Christopher Bongo is in this video to Mr. Duterte's right. Look at the question, look at Mr. Duterte's answer.
700 no, pinatay ko. Nagkulang ho sila sa kwenta. Medyo mga 1,700.
No denial. Instead, he takes credit for 1,000 more killings. That isn't bluster. That's not hyperbole. That's the truth. I'll move on now, Your Honors, coming to the end, and talk a little bit about his road to the presidency. He saw that the political success of his Davao model, as my friend said, he kept getting reelected. It was working. He saw that the political success of the Davao model of killing alleged criminals could be leveraged for more power, higher office. As I said in the beginning, that's exactly what he did. During his presidential campaign, he campaigned on a promise, a pledge to implement the common plan to kill alleged criminals nationwide if elected. I'm going to play a video now, Your Honors, that are just some of the speeches he made. It's a compilation of 4. This is a tab 12 of 4 videos. It's about 4 minutes, but it gives an idea. These are not all the statements, but it gives an idea of the man who ran for president in 2016. If we can play that, James.
3 to 6 months sabi ko, I will eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs. If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me what my credentials to the presidency? Then I'd say Davao is Exhibit A. Ngayon, dito sa Davao, hindi sabihin ito malinis itong bayan na to. It's not perfect. So that maybe I said, kung dating ako doon sa Pasig, I can promise you, not heaven, but I will promise you a comfortable life. Corruption has to stop. Criminality has to stop. Either makuha ko ang gusto ko or you perish. Magprangkahan na lang tayo. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Patayan yan.
I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months. That's too ambitious. My God, subukan ninyo ako. That's what I told the Davao criminals before. Pinapatawag ko pa, do you want to go out of the city? Gusto mong pumunta ng Manila, maganda ang buhay doon. Doon ka na lang, gusto mo? Di, yun hindi naniwala. Di, patay. Di. Anong pag-usapan natin dyan? Bakit para sa akin? Did I do it for my own? For my own benefit? To enrich myself? What does the life of a criminal have to do with your pocket? Labi ko lang, I want a peaceful city. Umalis kayo. Pag hindi, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Di, pinatay ko. Huwag na tayo magtagot pa. Papagaprank ka na lang. Ngayon ako, I have this, kung ako ang presidente, huwag muna kayo mag-demonstrate. Give me time. Give me time kasi mag-hearit talaga ako. At sa kung gusto naman siya, hindi ka talagang gagawin ko. Hihirit ako. Ang sabi ko sa military pati police, only criminals, drug-related offenses. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them. Period. Alam naman nila.
Alam mo ito, pag ako ang na-presidente, I would warn you, I do not covet the position. Pag na-presidente ako, magtago na kayo. Yung 1,000 nan, it would reach 50,000. I would kill all you making the life of the Filipino miserable. Mapatayin ko talaga kayo. Kasi manalo ako dahil nga yung breakdown sa law and order. I do not want to commit a crime. But if by chance, per chance, God would place me there, magbantay kayo, kasi itong 1,000 na ito maging 100,000. Diyan mo makita, tataba yung isda dyan sa Manila Bay. Diyan ko kayo itapon. I do not want to be president. I do not want to kill people. So do not elect me as president.
If I become the president, I will order the military and
3 to 6 months.
Oops. Sorry. So, if I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me, what is my credentials to the presidency? Then I'll say, Davao is Exhibit A. Either I get what I want or you perish. Let's be straightforward. What does that mean? That means killings. You should get out. If not, I will really kill you. So I killed them. Let's not play hide and seek anymore. Let's just be frank. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them, period. I will really kill you. I do not want to kill people, so do not elect me as president. That's the man before you for this hearing, even if he's not in court today. He repeatedly promised to kill people, his own people, if elected president. He said it, he did it, that's who he is. He won the election, became president on 30 June 2016, and did exactly as he said he would. He murdered thousands of people by taking the Davao model nationwide. I'm finished, Your Honor, and perhaps I'd suggest that the next presentation start tomorrow, if you don't mind, because we only have 5 minutes.
Judge Motok. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Your presentation and your suggestion. We have now come to the end of this first day of hearings. I would like to thank all the parties and participants, as well as our interpreters, the registry, and the technical staff, as well as all those who contributed towards the success of this hearing. The hearing is adjourned, and we will resume tomorrow according to our schedule. See you tomorrow.
All right, and that wraps up day one of the confirmation of charges hearing at the International Criminal Court. And this time in the third session, we saw the prosecution moving beyond opening statements and going into more of the substance of their case. Senior trial lawyer Julian Nichols there delivering the prosecution's submission on the merits of the charges. And there we saw Attorney Nichols presenting that these murders during the Duterte war on drugs are just emblematic and representative of the broader and systematic campaign. During this period, they also began outlining the alleged network of co-perpetrators for the first time. During this confirmation of charges hearing, they named high-profile personalities, including Senators Bato de la Rosa and Bongo, for their roles in this war on drugs. And they say this will be discussed in more detail tomorrow. Earlier, we also witnessed the prosecution focusing more on the structure and the origin of the Davao Death Squad. They spelled out how it was formed. They recalled some of the testimonies of the witnesses, describing it as a pyramid organization. They also cited some of the public statements in which former President Duterte acknowledged himself the existence of the Davao Death Squad multiple times, some even under oath. And that's where their argument is rooted, that these statements are not hyperbole, they were admissions. So today, we heard the prosecution there attempting to connect the dots from structure to the statements to the command responsibility and the involvement of the former president. But if we step back and take a look at all of the happenings today on day one, it started with the opening statements from all parties, from the prosecution to the common legal representatives of the victims and the defense. Earlier, Attorney Joel Butuyan, a Filipino lawyer representing nearly 500 participating victims, and emphasizing that accountability is important for these families of the victims. He also talked about the human cost of what happened during Duterte's campaign against drugs. The defense, on the other hand, there countered that this case is built on rhetoric, on selective interpretation, and a political narrative rather than concrete proof of intent. And finally, the prosecution there, as we saw in the third session, moved from framing this to substance and outlining the structure of the Davao Death Squad. But once again, the confirmation of charges is not about deciding guilt of the accused. It's about deciding whether there is enough evidence and substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes he is being charged with in order for this case to proceed to a full-blown trial. That was just day one of the confirmation of charges hearing. We will continue for the next few days, from February 24, 26, and 27, with February 25 scheduled for a short break in between the hearings. But for now, that was the first day of former President Rodrigo Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges hearing. Catch us again tomorrow as we give you the latest on this historic development. I'm Pauline Verzosa. We are One News, all sides, all the time.